And President Olivier is absent.
Yeah, and in his absence, I believe he's going to be coming around 11. I will be doing the meeting until he comes. So next, we do have the invocation by Pastor Chris from the Woodward Park Baptist Church. Pastor Chris, would you please come forward? Thank you. Everyone rise.
Good morning. Mankind has told each of you what is good, and what is it the Lord requires of you? To act justly, to love faithfulness, and to walk humbly with your God. Our great God, we praise you, Lord, for this is the day that you have made. We come before you in awe and wonder of your majesty, recognizing your authority and sovereignty over all things. Your kindness, faithfulness, and righteousness have no bounds. You are good, and your love endures forever. And we thank you for the grace and mercy you show us every day that is abundantly poured out from your throne, even when we do not know it. Thank you, Father, for each person that is here today and the families that they represent. I pray your blessings over them. I lift up the leaders of this city and community in this room who have been entrusted with a significant task in their roles as council members. May they be encouraged in what they do, diligent and full of wisdom. May their actions be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to anger in their decision-making. I pray your hand of protection upon them as they serve in humility and love, and pray their conduct would be honorable and just. Give them the ability to make choices with clarity that will honor you in this community. Lord, as we heard earlier, you do not desire riches or sacrifice, but you have set for us the guiding principles in which you are pleased, which are to act justly, to love faithfulness, and to walk humbly with our God. So I pray we would do just that. I pray our desire would be to know you more and honor you with our lives through service and obedience. We follow the example of your Son, Jesus, who came not to be served, but to serve. His example is what we strive for, and we pray you are pleased and glorified with what you see in us. Holy Spirit, fill this place with your presence and allow for the discussion that takes place to be productive and filled with understanding. Grant us favor in our efforts as we move forward to making this city and community better for its future. We ask this in the powerful name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, I have a few. The first is that we have a special meeting notice with two items. The first is a add-on proclamation for World Prematurity Day given by Vice President Soria, and that's going to be added to the ceremonial. Then we have an appointment to approve John McCracken to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and that's going to be added to the consent calendar. On file ID 171477, which is a proclamation of National Family Caregivers Month, that's going to be presented at 1:30 today, and then it's going to be followed by Council President presenting his workshop on creating a citywide senior center. And the last change is the workshop at 2 o'clock regarding high-speed rail and workforce development has been removed from the agenda.
And Vice President, I'd like to just mention on the workshop, because I've put that on the agenda twice and removed it twice. But the reality is there's folks that are working on it that are requesting more time. They want a thorough presentation, and they feel like they're just a couple weeks away. So we'll hear this in December.
Perfect, thank you. Do any members or any council members have changes to the agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda? We have a motion and a second. Any opposition? So passes unanimously. Now we will go on to ceremonial presentations. We have the National Family Caregivers Month. Oh, that one's the one that we postponed till later. The next one, proclamation by me. the World Prematurity Day. Excuse me. We'll go to the next proclamation, which is actually by the mayor's office. Is he here? Yeah. And Councilmember Brando. And the proclamation is November 2017 as the Magic Month.
Good morning. All these great-looking law enforcement people, why don't you come on down? We're celebrating the 20th anniversary. Give them a hand. Just gather around. This is the 20th anniversary of the Magic Multi-Agency Gang Enforcement Consortium. You got it. Okay. What they've done for the past 20 years, there's roughly 20,000 gang members in the city of Fresno alone. That's like an insurgent force in Fresno. And they're armed to the teeth. And they're killing citizens, and they've killed law enforcement people. And these are the people that protect the city of Fresno and the surrounding areas, and in my opinion, have kept us from anarchy in this area. So I'm proud to be a sponsor here to honor and recognize the great achievements. Steve?
Well, the 20th year anniversary is a big deal for Magic. It's a big deal for the city of Fresno. And right out in the lobby just a few minutes ago, the chief showed me a photo of just the guns that they have confiscated off of gang members and criminals in just the last week alone. So you guys are doing a fantastic job keeping the city of Fresno safe and our county safe from some of the worst elements in crime. And so we know you do everything from low-level crime, but this high-level crime that endangers our citizens is one of the worst things that you face as law enforcement, and you're doing a fantastic job with our city. So we do appreciate it. We want to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the forming of Magic for our community. Thank you.
So give him a hand. Hey, City Clerk, would you read the proclamation? I'll give it to you.
Whereas the city of Fresno is celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Multi-Agency Gang Enforcement Consortium, MAGIC, the men and women of MAGIC have dedicated their time and energy to combat gang violence and protect the citizens of Fresno County and beyond. And whereas these dedicated professionals have sacrificed their personal lives for the betterment of all citizens of our community, with many hours spent away from their families by working weekends, nights, holidays, conducting gang suppression sweeps, gang operation, and gang surveillance. MAGIC officers have also conducted proactive patrols and undercover drug and gun buys, resulting in the arrest of thousands of gang members involved in murders, shootings, stabbings, human trafficking, burglary, auto theft, and drug dealing. And whereas MAGIC has operated under the multi-pronged approach, utilizing prevention, education, enforcement, and prosecution with the goal of eliminating gang violence within our communities. The MAGIC unit recognizes that the reduction of gang activities would not be possible through enforcement alone, but MAGIC has also been effective with education and prevention strategies. And whereas today we recognize the outstanding partnerships with our federal, state, local law enforcement agencies that make up MAGIC team, along with the District Attorney's Office, U.S. Attorney's Office, and Probation and Parole, and we thank them for their 20 years of having a dedicated partnership. Now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and Fresno City Council members hereby proclaim November 2017 as MAGIC Month. We encourage all residents of Fresno to support the primary mission of the MAGIC unit, which is to eliminate gang activity in our community and beyond.
Give them another hand. So on behalf of the City of Fresno, the City Council, and the Mayor's Office, and collaboration does work. Chief, say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Brandow, and for all the City Council for this recognition. I just wanted to introduce a few folks that we have here. We could not do what we do in law enforcement if we did not have a good partnership with our District Attorney's Office, and we do. District Attorney Lisa Smitkamp and all the folks that work in MAGIC are essential to what we do. And DA Smitkamp is also the chair of our Policy and Advisory Committee for MAGIC. And then we also have from California Highway Patrol, Captain Kreider, who actually oversees our MAGIC, and then it's divided into two distinct areas. One is rural MAGIC, which encompasses both the investigations and tactical side, and that's Lieutenant Francis Devons. And then on the metro side, which is all the metro area, including Clovis and Fresno, is Lieutenant Ron Hughes, again, investigations and tactical. And we have about 50 participants in MAGIC right now. And that does include Fresno Police Department, Sheriff's Department, Clovis, a number of other agencies. But we have, it's one of the unique partnerships that we have that's federal, state, and local, that is geared towards working together, that we don't recognize boundaries, whether you're in the city of Fresno or Clovis or any other jurisdiction, not just here, but outside of Fresno County as well. We partner with other agencies. So it is a great partnership. It's something that's been sustained for 20 years. And we look forward to another 20 years. I won't be a part of it for 20, but we look forward to MAGIC being around for 20 more years. And I did want to have, if I could, have our DA say a few words too as well. Lisa.
Well, thank you, Chief. It's such a privilege to be here today. The Fresno Police Department and the City of Fresno providing such high-quality officers and so many resources to MAGIC is an essential part of the success. As Chief said, the partnership that we have between CHP, Fresno Sheriff's Department, and the Fresno Police Department is really such a unique and special relationship that we are also a part of. You know, they do all the work on the ground, and our prosecutors, we have one of former Fresno PD officer, Jimmy Olson, who's been a MAGIC investigator for many, many years, Senior Deputy DA Dennis Lewis, who's the lead at MAGIC, and his chief, Chris Gallardi, who is the chief over our homicide unit and MAGIC units. I think the most important thing that hasn't been said today is that the people that these officers combat every day do not abide by the same moral code that we all do. They don't have the same values that we do. They're literally monsters. They're out to terrorize our children, our neighborhoods. They don't care if they have to sell drugs, guns, or young girls to make a profit. They do it. They have no conscience and no moral code. And so what these officers do every single day is go out there, and not only do they arrest these horrible animals so that we can prosecute them, but the amount of crime that they prevent every single day is never known. It's not something we can keep stats on. It's not something we ever really know, because they get in the way of so much bad activity and so much criminal behavior. So I want to say a personal thanks to all of you that threaten your lives. Your lives are in danger every single day, and you put yourselves and your families in peril. And so from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you for everything that you do, all your agencies, and all the work for the sacrifice that you do for all of us. It's very much appreciated. And thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Brandow. Thank you to the City Council for acknowledging this work, because these people are really unsung heroes.
Again, thank you from a grateful city. We got all the pictures done? No. Not with you.
Thank you. Next, we will have presentation of Master Municipal Clerk Certificate to our clerk, Yvonne Spence, MMMC, for fulfilling the requirements prescribed by International Institute of Municipal Clerks. Sponsoring, I will go in place of my council colleague, Clint Olivier, Anthony Mejia, and Vicky Casad, board members of the City Clerks Association. If you guys can join me. And then following this presentation, we will do the World Prematurity Day.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, and Community, I'm Anthony Mejia, Chief City Clerk for the City of South Pasadena, and this is Vicky Casad, Assistant City Clerk for the City of Ontario. We are representing the City Clerks Association of California. Our association represents over 1,000 city clerk professionals statewide. We are very pleased to make this presentation to Yvonne Spence to recognize her exceptional achievement as a city clerk professional. Yvonne has been conferred the title of Master Municipal Clerk, having completed an extensive educational component through the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. To receive this designation, Yvonne demonstrated an active pursuit of professional development and remains informed of current socio-political, cultural, and economic issues facing municipalities. In fact, fewer than 10% of city clerk professionals ever achieve this title. Many people see that Yvonne ensures that the City Council agendas are in legal compliance, makes certain that all contracts and agreements are in proper form and properly executed, and archiving the city's vital records. But few recognize the significant role that Yvonne plays in preserving democracy. There are thousands of laws that exist on the federal, state, and local level, all of which are in place to protect the people's rights, the people's access to records, and the people's ability to participate in the decision-making process. These laws are complex and constantly changing, and it's up to Yvonne to know about these laws, understand these laws, and to administer these laws to best serve the people. Yvonne takes this responsibility seriously, as demonstrated by her achieving the Master Municipal Clerk designation. So therefore, this certificate is presented in appreciation and recognition of your personal sacrifice and dedication required to attain professional excellence exhibited by achieving Master Municipal Clerk certification. The Master Municipal Clerk certification is a lofty goal demonstrating the highest level of professional competency in public administration. Achieving this prestigious certification increases your ability to serve your community and the municipal clerk profession. As a Master Municipal Clerk, you are a role model for professional clerks worldwide. Therefore, the City Clerks Association of California, with great pleasure, does hereby commend and recognize you for this accomplishment. And Vicky Casad has a few more words.
Good morning. I just want to add a couple of things. As you can see from Mr. Mejia's comments, achieving Master Municipal Clerk is quite an accomplishment for any city clerk. But I'd like to tell you a couple of things that make your city clerk even more special. I've had the pleasure of knowing Yvonne for a little over 2 years, and I met her because she wanted to become a mentor and assist her peers in gaining their certification. She did the training at that time, and since then, she's taken on 4 individuals to mentor one-on-one in cities from Shafter to Manteca. In the last month, she joined Mr. Mejia and I on the State City Clerks Board, and she is a regional director representing 37 cities in Fresno, Kern, Kings, Madera, and Tulare counties. She is active not only in the state organization, but also in the International Institute of Municipal Clerks, and she is truly an example to other city clerks. Congratulations on your dedication and a lot of hard work, Yvonne. Oh, there we go.
Good morning. So I just want to join in the comments, and I know that on behalf of our city council, our mayor, we are grateful for all of the work that you are doing. We're excited and want to congratulate you on this extraordinary accomplishment. It's no easy feat. I think that they've outlined really the rigorous components of continued education that you have to go through. So we applaud you for doing that, for wanting to prepare yourself in the complexities that you face as a city clerk and that municipalities across our state face. So thank you all for the work that you guys do. It keeps our city meetings going and our city running. So thank you and congratulations again.
And I want to join in the comments too, Madam Vice President, if I may. You know, it's interesting. I'm glad you actually took the time to read the duties and responsibilities of a clerk for the listening public. I know we get it as council members. You know, the city clerk is one of 2 employees that we actually have. So this is a proud moment for us as your employer too. As your bosses, Yvonne, I mean, this is a proud moment. The fact that only 10% of clerks in the entire United States obtain this title is an extraordinary feat. You know, you don't get a chance to hear me say this often because, you know, we don't talk about the clerk a lot in public, But I've always said that the role of the clerk is extremely important. You took it a step further, sir, when you said preserving democracy in our city, which I completely agree with. And I always say the clerk's role is preserving the history of the city. It is a very important thing, and we should not ever forget that. So, Yvonne, congratulations. This is truly a special day, a special honor for you, and I'm very proud that you've achieved the goal.
And I would also like to make a comment. Yvonne, I've always appreciated the gracious and informed way you work with my council district. And when I was council president, I was kind of a rookie at council, actually, and I appreciate all the help that you gave me. And it's continued even past that year, but you've always kept us abreast of what's going on and on the agenda, and I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Did you want to say a few words, Yvonne?
First of all, I'd like to thank Anthony and Vicki for coming such a long way to do this for me. I appreciate it so much. And I'd like to thank the council for always listening to what I have to say for improvements and supporting me. I really appreciate that. And I'd like to thank my staff who holds things down when I'm out to training and things like that. And last but not least, I'd like to thank my husband for supporting me all this time. I drug him from Texas to Fresno when I got this job, and he has just been a supportive person and always there for me. So I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Perfect. So now we will go with declaring November 17th as World Prematurity Day. So if you want to join me, Olga, Celine, Cynthia, and Wendy. And I know I also have Tim Curley in the audience if you want to come on up and join our group. This is the Okay, perfect. After. Okay, great. Do you guys want to come on up? So we're here this morning to declare November as Prematurity Awareness Month, and I'm happy to recognize folks that are here with me this morning from the Fresno County Preterm Birth Initiative, along with moms who have dealt with this issue, really for the work and their efforts in combating this issue that afflicts so many of our babies and their mothers here in our Central Valley. Premature birth is the leading cause of death among newborns worldwide and affects over 500,000 babies in the United States. Here locally, 1 out of every 9 babies is born premature, which is over 1,500 babies in Fresno County alone, or roughly 10% of all births. That rate ranks amongst the highest in the nation and rivals some developing countries. The initiative, in partnership with UC San Francisco and First 5 Fresno County, is leading the way to help reduce the rate of premature babies born in Fresno County, as well as increase health and awareness of women throughout our community. Today we have Olga Nunez here attending on behalf of Fresno County Preterm Birth Initiative, who will share a little bit more about their efforts to combat preterm births here in our county. We also have several parents, and if any of them want to share their story about their struggles in giving birth to a premature baby, I will also allow you guys to do that. Again, I want to thank all of you guys for the work, for the education and outreach that you guys have provided in the last few years to bring more attention to the issue, to figure out ways to address it, to ensure that our babies and our moms are healthy. So I'll go ahead and pass it on to Olga.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us here. So this is an issue that is very invisible to a lot of people. So you're born 37 weeks or before, you're considered a preterm baby. And it's not just the fact that it's a preterm baby, but the consequences that comes with being a preterm baby, all the health issues that our families go through in life. Just for example, right now we have Angel and her mom is carrying her right now, and he was in the hospital. And you might see him and say, well, he looks very healthy, he's okay. He was born prematurely, and there's so many health issues that affects all of our community. If 1,700 births every year are preterm, it affects all of us. And so we are here to promote this awareness, but it's not just awareness. It's what are we going to do as a community? What interventions are we going to put in place? Who is going to be in the table to make sure that we all work together to move this? And it's not just in Fresno County. It is a world epidemic. I put this into perspective. 15 million, as our council member Esmeralda Soria mentioned, 15 million births around the world. 1 million of those babies die within the first 5 years of life. That means 3,000 babies die every day of complications with preterm birth. So it does affect a lot of us. So we are here. November 17 is World Prematurity Day. And you'll see we're going to have an event at the Cultural Arts District Park, and it is to bring awareness on this. And you'll see some of the buildings lit in purple, and we encourage you all to wear purple on November 17 to bring awareness on this issue. We are working with different interventions. We have about 17 steering committee members from different sectors throughout our community who are actually meeting right now and talking about how are we going to continue to do this. It's not just going to take one entity. It's going to take all of us working together. So I just want to thank you thank you, Councilman Esmeralda Soria, for this proclamation. And I will have one of our moms who would like to share something.
Hi, my name is Wendy Moultrie, and thank you, Council Member Esmeralda Soria, for helping bring awareness to preterm birth. I'm a mother who had a preterm birth, and I'm a form of the Fresno County Preterm Birth Initiative Moms Council. Thank you for acknowledging the difficulties that we as moms and families face. You know, when having a preterm baby, we would like to see everyone at the event. You know, it would be amazing to see all the council members there as well. At November, World Premature Day on November the 17th and 6th at the Cultural Art Park. I had a baby at 34 weeks, and she was what you would consider a big preemie, 5'15", but it doesn't always affect, people say, oh, it affects them then, but it's affecting her now. And she's 27 years old, 26 years old. So it needs to be out there, and I appreciate that you're putting that awareness out there.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing with us and, you know, reminding us the importance of continuing to talk about this issue so that we try to come up with solutions together. So again, thank you guys for the work. City Clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas premature births threatens the lives and health of 15 million babies around the world every year and is the leading cause of death among newborns. And whereas Fresno County has one of the highest rates of premature births in California, with 1 in 9 babies being born prematurely. And whereas the Fresno County Preterm Birth Initiative is a collaborative effort to reduce the number of babies born prematurely from 11.1% to 7%. By 2025 in Fresno County and increase the health of women before, during, and after pregnancy, and as part of a 10-year preterm birth initiative led by the University of California, San Francisco, with Central California Center for Health and Human Services at Fresno State University being the backbone organization. And whereas November 17, 2017 is designated as World Prematurity Day as a part of Every Woman, Every Child initiative. And whereas organizations in Fresno County, including government agencies, businesses, schools, colleges, churches, nonprofit organizations, hospitals, clinics, and others are working to improve the health of mothers and babies in Fresno County. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Fresno Mayor and City Council members does hereby recognize November 17, 2017 as World Prematurity Day in the City of Fresno.
So I know that we did have one card on the resolution. So Tim, did you want to come up and say a few comments? Can you
morning.
state your name?
Yeah, my name is Tim Curley, and I'm with Valley Children's Healthcare. And I'm here on behalf of the organization to thank you, Councilmember Soria, and the rest of the City Council for lending your voice and your support towards this very critical issue. Also just wanted to acknowledge the bravery and support of the mothers and Olga as well with the Prematurity Initiative. The more that we can do to raise the awareness and to get our community involved and in support of this critical issue, I think the better chances we have of making an important and measurable improvement in the issue. We, of course, see it daily, caring for infants that were born prematurely and supporting their families. We've been involved and support very actively the Prematurity Initiative. We've been very involved through the years with the March of Dimes, both locally at the state level and nationally on this issue. Again, just wanted to thank all of you for lending your voice and support towards this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will go to the consent calendar. Excuse me, before we go to the consent calendar, we have council member reports and comments. Are there any council members? Thank you for reminding me. We need to approve the minutes before we move on to council reports and comments. Are there any changes to the November 2nd minutes? No? No changes. Is there a motion to approve? Motion. We have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion passes 6-0. Now we have council member reports and comments. I have first Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes, just wanted to recognize a couple of city employees who went above and beyond in terms of responding to constituent concerns. Hillary Kimber from Parks addressed some constituent concerns, and grateful to her, as well as Jerry Schuber, the Assistant Director of Public Utilities. He also, as usual, is very quick to respond, very helpful, and wanted to let you know, City Manager, that these employees are really going above and beyond and greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Today I'll be attending the Fresno State Veterans Day ceremony, and that's where we honor veterans and remember those who sacrificed their lives. So I'll be leaving a little bit early from the meeting to attend that very important ceremony. And then to Public Works, you guys did it again. Sierra Madre is done, and it's fantastic. I've had so many people come out and say thank you, and I tell them they're thanking the wrong people. It's the Public Works Department that does all the hard work and heavy lifting, so fantastic job. Saturday is our city Veterans Day Parade, so everybody come out. Starts right in front of the building here. It's a fantastic event, well attended. It's the largest Veterans Day Parade west of the Mississippi. Think about that. All the states that passes, we are number one. And it's because of our participation and your help too, so be sure and be there on Saturday. Our local neighborhood, Jackson Street, we're having our potluck on Sunday, so if you want further information, call my office, bring a dish, and we'll have some fun. And again, Member Brandow, I think you and I are the biggest Bulldog supporters in the world, and let's watch them on TV. November 11th, 8 o'clock Pacific time, they play the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors at Aloha Stadium in Honolulu, so go Dogs.
Councilmember Brandow.
Well, I'm going to add to that, Councilman Capriolio. I was able to go to last Saturday night's game, and it was a little windy and we got sprinkled on, but it was a lot of fun. And Fresno State got back in the winners column. And our last home game, I believe, is on the 25th against one of our arch rivals, Boise State.
Absolutely.
It's a 12:30 in the afternoon game on a Saturday, so hopefully it won't be a rainy day, but we need to go out and support the Bulldogs for their last home game.
I'll see you there.
All right, we'll see each other there. And then I wanted to mention a change that's happening in my council district. It's a temporary change, but my chief of staff, Lindsay Barsamian Jones, is going on maternity leave, extended maternity leave. Lindsay, please stand up in all of your maternal glory there. Let's give her a hand. Yeah. And Lindsay's going to be gone for about 4 months, I think. And I told her, I think my mom was only gone 2 weeks, and look how I turned out. Right.
Lindsay, take all the time you need.
Right. So we're going to miss her for those 4 months. But in the interim, Robert Jeffers is going to be acting as my chief of staff, and we've added Maxwell to the district for that time to help with our constituent calls. So department heads, this is Lindsay's last council meeting, and so we'll be working with Robert Jeffers for the next 4 months. So Lindsay, keep up the good work, and good luck with all of that. Yeah, thank you.
If there are not any other council members, I'll just go ahead and share a couple things. So this past week, we welcomed the mayor of our sister city, Châteauroux, France, here to the city of Fresno. I really want to thank our mayor's staff, Ginger and Kathy and Annie, who helped, along with my staff, Terry and Itzy, who helped arrange the lunch that we had at the baseball stadium. I do want to thank, I believe Councilmember Chavez was there as well. Thank you for joining us and welcoming their dignitaries. They had a full itinerary. I want to thank everyone who was involved, the Alliance Française, who put the program together. There was a series of activities. We got an opportunity to go to Central Unified District to see a Polynesian luau, which was great, to eat some great Polynesian food, and just a great time to be able to continue our partnership. We even mentioned that maybe in the near future, we'll see if we can get them to come to Fresno to do an exhibition game. They also have a soccer team, and so with the kind of the news that we are also going to be having a soccer team here locally, maybe there would be some future opportunities for special exhibition games, so we're excited about that. The other just comment that I wanted to make, given that it is Veterans Weekend coming up, I did have the opportunity this past Friday to join Fresno City College administration, veterans, do a little program at the Veterans Memorial Service to commemorate all of our brave men and women who have served in the armed forces. It was actually very great to recognize that I believe there was 4 veterans that were there that were centenarians, meaning that they're 100+ years old. So it was great to be able to acknowledge their work and really their contributions to our country. And they live right here in our city. They actually live in the vet home. So it is great that we have been able to provide them that space for them to have the ability to receive the much needed resources and care that they need. And so with that, those are my comments. Next, we have the consent calendar. Would any council member like to pull an item for discussion from the consent? Seeing none, we'll go ahead. Is there a motion to approve? We go to the public.
Esmeralda, I want to pull some items.
Councilmember Brotefeld.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions on 1A and 1K.
So 1A and 1K will be pulled for discussion. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to make any comments on the consent calendar?
Motion to approve the ballots.
Great. So we have a motion and a second. Any opposition? So the motion passes 5-0. We'll go to consent item 1A.
Yeah, just have a question. On the, and maybe this will be addressed in the workshop on the Regional Workforce Development Board, and who's overseeing these budgets with these boards? And maybe that'll be addressed in the workshop, I don't know, but I was curious about that.
The Fresno Regional Workforce, Blake Consul, Executive Director for the Workforce Board, sir. The Workforce Board is a joint powers authority between the city and the County of Fresno, and you all appoint a 29-member board that has oversight over all the functions, fiscal and administrative, of the Department of Labor funds that flow into Fresno County for the retraining of workers.
Okay, so there's 29 members.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I do, in the later presentation, there is some detail as to who those members are.
Okay, well, I'll wait for that presentation later today, then. Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Any opposition? Did I have to go to the public on that one? Yeah? Yeah. Okay, is there anyone from the public that wishes to comment? Seeing none, we do have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion passes 5-0. Next, we have item 1K.
Good morning, Ken Jorgensen with the City Attorney's Office.
Yeah, hi. How many of these cases with the write-offs are there? Are you trying to reduce it from is it $150,000 to $50,000? Just wondering about how many of these cases are actually being written off.
In the scheme of the total write-offs with a lot of all the workers' compensation subrogation cases, we're looking at about 20 to 30 cases per year.
Okay. And can you just briefly say what kind of cases are these?
Sure. Typically, these workers' compensation cases are where one of our city employees is driving down the street and a member of the public hits them with their car. And so we get some property damage with the city vehicle, and then we also incur some workers' compensation expenses for the injuries that the worker has sustained. The workers' compensation injuries oftentimes are a little bit more expensive than for a typical member, just because of the workers' compensation labor codes, where we're obligated to reserve out future medical costs. We're obligated to also pay for time off from work.
Okay. I make a motion to approve. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before voting on the motion, is there anyone in the public that wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Item passes 5-0. So we're done with consent. Now we'll move on to general administration, item 3A.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, City Council. My name is Brian Spinder. I'm the Assistant Public Utilities Director for Water and Wastewater Department, DPU. For this agenda item, staff is requesting the purchase of software from Infor Inc. It's approving an exception to formal bidding procedures to award a sole source agreement to Infor Inc., award a purchase agreement in the amount of $155,272.45 to Infor Inc. for enterprise asset management software at the Regional Wastewater Reclamation Facility. I would ask that you bear with me just for a moment. I'm new at this, and this is the first time before the council, so please bear with me just a moment. In an effort to better manage the city of Fresno's water vertical assets and take advantage of software the city currently owns, staff requests additional seats for Infor Inc. for its computerized maintenance management software. Extending this software from the wastewater division to the water division saves the cost of purchasing new software that the city has already owned since 2007. This will allow us in the water division to manage our assets, which in 5 areas. We'll be able to record, maintain, structure, and standardize our asset information. We'll be able to manage, plan, and monitor work and the resources necessary to complete that work. Determine the correct stocking levels to provide an acceptable level of parts and supplies to meet anticipated demand from maintenance. Manage the purchasing cycle from requisition creation, approvals, supplier selection, purchase order placement, and goods receipt through invoice matching. We'll also be able to automate the administration of the complete project process from initial budget and timescale planning to completion of the final work. Because we are an existing customer with Infor Inc., we achieved a savings of approximately $151,000 by utilizing the software that we already own. If you look on the table, the original cost was somewhere around $306,000. Because we are an existing customer, we have negotiated that down to $155,000. The reason it is sole source, and this is probably the best way that I can explain it, is that, for example, if the city were to purchase from Microsoft a copy of Word, because it would be on a network application, Microsoft would allow us only to have 100 users use that software at any one time. If we wanted to have more users using that software, we would have to go back to Microsoft and ask them for additional seats to use that software. What we're doing here is going back to the original vendor and asking for additional capabilities to use this software. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Now we'll go out to the public. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none. Anyone on the council? The screen is clear. Is there a motion? There's a motion. A second? I'll go ahead and second the item. Is there any opposition to this motion? Seeing none. 5-0. It passes with 5-0. Next. Thank you. And we have Councilmember Capriolio, who is absent at the moment. Well, President Clint Olivier, who will also be back later today. Now we have item 3B, which is item to approve change order number 11 to the construction contract with W.M. Lyles Company for the City of Fresno Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility to increase the lump sum scope of work by $369,675.
Good morning. Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. As you mentioned, this item is a recommendation to approve change order number 11 in the amount of $369,675 for the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility. Change order 11 will result in a net total increase of $2,707,713, bringing the total construction contract value to $161,473,713. Cost of the change order will be funded by available project contingencies within the project construction budget allocation. The change order was presented to the Capital Projects Oversight Board on November 6th and recommended for approval. I'll be available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, We'll bring it to the dais. Any of my council colleagues? The screen is clear. Is there a motion? There's a motion and a second? Second. There's a motion and a second. Any opposition to the item? Seeing none, it passes 5-0 with Councilmember Paul Capriolio and Councilmember Clint Olivier absent. Next, we have item 3C, item to approve the annual index-based rate adjustments for commercial solid waste franchise services.
Good morning, Council. Jerry Schubert, Department of Public Utilities. The item before you today is a request to approve the annual index-based rate adjustment for period 7 of the commercial solid waste agreement. The commercial solid waste agreement calls for an annual review and approval for rate increases, which are either index-based rate increases using the CPI or Consumer Price Index, or a cost-based adjustment. Agreement began December 2011, and this will be the 4th request to adjust the rate of the upcoming 8th year of service. The CSW agreement under Section 3.4 allows for requests to be made in October of every year, with years 2, 4 through 7, and year 9 and 10 being index-based. Years 3 and 8 are cost-based analysis. Rates for this adjustment period are equal to 2.97% for Allied Waste Services and 2.9% for Mid-Valley, respective of their size, and slight variations in costs related to the 4 components analyzed against the CPI. Those operating costs those operating components are operating components, disposal, processing, and the fee component. Staff has reviewed the request and completed the analysis of the 4 components and requests an approval of the new rate schedule. I, as well as representatives from Allied Waste Services, are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. And this, Councilmember Baines.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Hey, quick question.
Yes, sir.
And I was trying to find it, but what's the actual dollar amount increase to our residents?
Well, to the residents, there's not. It would be to the commercial or the multifamily, so that's a component of it. For a 1 cubic yard bin.
That's right. I'm sorry. It's not residents, but yeah, but to the customers.
It's all commercial customers.
Right.
So for, let's say, for instance, a 1 cubic yard bin, the difference in increase would be for Allied, it would be 28 cents a month, and for Mid-Valley, it'd be 31 cents a month.
Okay. All right.
It's
I figured they were nominal. Yeah, I figured they were nominal, but it's always good to have that out there on the record so that people don't think we're raising rates too high.
And the rates adjust based on the size of the bin, but that's just a sample.
Right. All right. Well, I'll make a motion to approve.
There's a motion and a second. Is there an opposition to the item? Seeing none, the motion passes 5-0 with Councilmember Paul Capriolio and Councilmember Clint Olivier absent. So we're done with general administration. I did get a comment card. Is Kyle Hunt here in the room? Okay. So we'll go on to City Council items, 4A. There is an opportunity to have my colleagues, if they have any reports on the boards or commissions that they sit on. Any? Councilmember Brandau.
Actually, sometimes we do these and I have no updates, but I'm going to update almost all 3 of the things that I'm sitting on, or 3 of the things that I'm sitting on. The San Joaquin River Conservancy has an epic meeting next Wednesday. Normally, we meet across town, but we're going to be meeting in this chamber, and it's to decide the direction and the path that we're going in relations to a new trail down at the river bottom. It's the extension of the Eaton Trail. It's been something that's been worked on for probably close to a decade, before my time, definitely. And it's finally at the point where we're going to vote on one of the alternatives. And we're keeping our fingers crossed that the city of Fresno's weighed in on our preferred choices. We're keeping our fingers crossed, and the end goal will be a great project for the community to take advantage of and hopefully attract more people to the wonderful amenity that we have on the north end of town, known as the San Joaquin River. So that vote is next Wednesday, and anybody's invited to be here. I believe it starts at 10 a.m. It'll be right in this chamber. And then I wanted to mention that the EDC, the Economic Development Corporation, had their annual investors luncheon and had a speaker talk about international trade and all of the fantastic opportunities that businesses in the valley, but specifically in Fresno County, have in relation to international trade. And it's a booming market for all of our ag products, and not just ag, but a lot of worldwide trade coming out of Fresno now. Is fantastic to hear that update. And so actually, I believe those are the only two updates I have for the boards and commissions I sit on.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Brandau. The screen is clear, so we'll go ahead to item 4B. It's a resolution of the City Council for the City of Fresno opposing the proposed National Park entrance fee increases, sponsored by Councilmember Brandau.
Which one is this?
4B.
Oh, yeah.
4B.
And I'm going to have my newly appointed Chief of Staff give us this presentation.
Good morning, Council
Yeah.
President and members of the council. Robert Jeffers, the interim Chief of Staff for
There you
Councilman Brandau. The item before you is a resolution in opposition to a recent proposal from the National Park Service. If you've read the news, they put out a 30-day comment period with a proposal to raise entrance fees to 17 national parks throughout the nation. 3 of them are local to us: Yosemite, Sequoia, and Kings Canyon. The actual amount of the rates are in your staff report, but in brief, it is doubling the current entry fee. One example is a single vehicle entrance fee is going from $30 to $70. The intent of the resolution is to put the council in respectful opposition to this for the economic impacts it'll have on local tourism, as well as the ability for our residents to access the park. Currently, the tourism board that oversees the south entrance to Yosemite National Park is also in opposition, and so is the congressman that represents the area over the district, the 4th district. That's Congressman McClintock. His goal and the goal of the tourism board and of this resolution is that these fees will not go into effect, but instead will encourage Congress to find a more permanent funding solution. I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah.
Brenda?
So I would like to add, thank you, Robert. And Robert's here if you have any specific questions. And thank him for the research that he's done on this. But in my humble opinion, this could easily penalize our valley. And I'm thinking of the people who are economically challenged in our valley to visit our national parks. And so these are wonderful things that we have at our doorstep, and I want people with limited means to be able to access them and enjoy the wonders that we don't live on the coast, we don't have the San Francisco Bay next to us, but we do have these parks, and I would like the accessibility to be for everybody in our valley. And I know that there's challenges to maintaining the parks, and it wouldn't bother me. For instance, let me give an example. At Woodward Park, if you're a local resident, you have a lower rate. If you're coming from out of town, it's a higher rate. And I wouldn't mind if they found a way of doing that for tourists that come internationally. But for our local residents, the city of Fresno, I'm concerned about raising the rates this much. So that's why I'm going to be supporting keeping the fee low and opposing the raising of that fee. So that's where I'm at on that. So, and with that, I'm going to make a motion to
Second.
approve this resolution.
So I have a couple members punched up. Oh, well, first we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll come to the members. Councilmember Baines?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. So I'm going to be supportive of this, but I wanted to say that I talked myself into this a little differently, because while I'm always cautious about raising fees on anything, particularly parks, as all of you know, I also do have a very healthy understanding of what it takes to maintain assets, and making sure that the cost that we're asking people to pay does the bare minimum at maintaining the asset. I suspect that the federal government, quite like us here in Fresno, has assets that they don't maintain very well, and probably and it sounds like, reading the staff report, that they're well overdue in some of this. So on the one hand, I think it's the responsibility of the federal government to raise the rates to make sure that they can maintain the asset, because we don't do that well here. But what really struck me in your staff report and in your comments was, one, I think that the fee increase is way too dramatic. In one case, I think the fee more than doubles, and which is really, in my opinion, too dramatic. I think had this been a phased-in fee increase with much lower rates and maybe some incentives for local people, like you said, I probably would support an approach like that. But I think, from one day to the next, literally the fee is going to be more than double, in pretty much all the categories is a poor way to implement a fee increase. So I like the idea of Congress coming up with a permanent funding solution and what have you. I think that's a great idea. I like the fact that there's at least that effort. That was going to be the other question I asked, was, what are the alternatives that we know that are out there. So I'm happy to support this item, Councilmember. I think this is an important thing. I think particularly for our residents in the Valley, it would hit them very hard, unfairly, with really no opportunity, with no warning, so to speak. I think a lot of people don't even know about this. I didn't know about it till you brought this. And I'm also, I like Congressman McClintock. Personally, I've had the opportunity to meet him a couple of times. He's a pretty fiery guy, so I could anticipate that he's probably going to be, if he's really behind this, hopefully he can get something, get something done. And lastly, Councilmember Brenda, over the years, I've been critical of you when you bring items, because usually, they're not this well done. I just want to commend you and your staff listen, man, you guys did a great job in the staff report. I was very happy to see this. I was all ready to give you crap.
Some of the staff reports I've brought forward that are essentially blank.
Yeah, that are
Those
essentially,
ones?
yeah, those ones. The blank ones. This one was very well done, very well thought out. So I wanted to commend you and your staff on just really raising the level of how we as council members should bring items to each other. I think you set a good example for all of us. So happy to support.
Thank you.
Next, we have Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, I'm also going to support this because I think people pay enough taxes already. If people truly understood how much they truly are having removed out of their paycheck before they ever get the net balance of their paycheck, they would be shocked. I think people just become desensitized to having their funds removed from them and handing it over to government. And so, and here's another example. You're right, Councilmember Baines. It's not an incremental thing. It's doubling or even doing more than that. And I also agree with you, Councilmember Brandow, that there are many people who can't afford these kinds of fee increases. They live on fixed incomes, and these fees price them out if they're not already priced out of attending these amenities that we have. So I'm generally opposed to fee increases because I think we get enough money from the taxpayers on every level, local, state, and federal, and often the money isn't utilized as it should be, and I'm not talking here particularly, but I'm certainly talking on the federal and state level. So I will support this quite easily.
So there's a motion. Is there a second? So motion is second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion passes 5-0 with Councilmember Olivier absent and Councilmember Paul Capriello absent. Next, we're going to go quickly to do item 5B for closed session. City Attorney?
Yes, in closed session, we have existing litigation, the Gonzalez case. Thank you.
So now we will be going to the scheduled council hearings. The 10 a.m. workshop, the Fresno Regional Workforce Development Board overview, sponsored by the City Manager's Office.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here today. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Blake Consul. I'm the Executive Director for the Workforce Development Board. And let me make sure I got the clicker working. And we are a joint powers authority between the city and the county of Fresno. I thought it might be good to just give a little overview. I know that many people here have been involved in workforce training for a number of years, and so we're just the latest iteration of federal programs that go back to the 30s. A number of months ago, my wife and I took a tour that Fresno Historical Society had to look at all the WPA buildings in the downtown area, and that was actually the first iteration in the 30s when they were trying to deal with the Depression. The current law that we're operating under is called the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, and it creates these creatures called workforce boards. And prior to that, we had a law called WIA that had WIBs, and before that, we had JTPA that created PICs, private industry councils. And it's a whole acronym soup. The principle, though, is that a jurisdiction, and this, in our instance, a consortium of jurisdictions, the city and the county, must constitute a board of a certain type in order to draw down federal money. Now, this model is used in a lot of different funding streams. So with Department of Labor funds, it's the reason that workforce development boards exist. There are 47 of us in the state of California. For the most part, they're countywide. In some populous areas, they can include cities. So like in Los Angeles County, there happen to be 8 workforce development boards. But it's the same principle by which housing money flows through housing authorities, and health and human service money flows through community action agencies. Here locally, Fresno EOC is our local community action agency. That would be an example. They have a board that is constituted per federal guidelines, and then that you all are particularly aware of, both federal rail administration money and federal transit and transportation funds flow down if you establish airport authorities or rail authorities in your local area. It's the same principle. We're just not called an authority, we're called a development board. You have to establish a jurisdiction, which is what is the area. Ours is Fresno County. The board members are appointed by something that they call a CLEO, or the CLEOs, the chief local elected officials, which in our case are the 7 members of the city council plus the members of the county board of supervisors. You're both jointly acting as CLEO, and the chair of our board and a preponderance of the members, 50% plus 1, must be private business members. And so that's one of the main provisions of kind of how the feds want the board to be constituted. As I mentioned earlier to Councilman Bredefeld, we do have a 29-member board, of which 15 members are business people from Fresno County. We also have 6 union members, 2 members from public education, 1 member from the State of California EDD to deal with unemployment insurance, 1 from the State Department of Rehabilitation. The County Welfare Director is a board member. We have an Economic Development member, Leanne Eager. And then additional members, we have 1 elected official from the city. Councilman Baines has served for a number of years, luckily for us. And then Supervisor Borges serves as the county supervisor. That's kind of who we are, how we're constituted, how you appoint to us. I thought it might be good, though, to just jump into the money. You know what they say, if you want to see what's going on, don't read the narrative, read the budget. We receive 2 types of money, something called a formula allotment, and then we're very, very, very competitively looking for discretionary grants. So the formula allotment, every 5 years, the U.S. Department of Labor establishes a national formula to distribute workforce training funds. The formula is applied exactly the same to every piece of geography in the U.S. and our territories. There's actually a WIB and Workforce Board in Guam and Puerto Rico and everywhere. Marianas, they've got one too. It kind of makes sense that they would use a formula. It takes some of the politics out of it at a federal level. People argue about what the formula will say, but once the formula is established, the money flows per the formula. It's based on population, unemployment rate, poverty rate, and it's really driven a lot by the way in which the federal government aggregates numbers. A number of years ago now, 10 years ago, the federal government stopped counting. This would have been the last year, more than 10 years ago, the last year of the Bush administration. The federal government stopped counting ag and government workers for layoff purposes. Well, those are our two largest industry sectors in Fresno County, agriculture being number one and government being number two. As a result, when the formula was calculated after they stopped aggregating that data, we really took a hit. I mean, we took a substantial hit. But they tinker sometimes with where the data flows from, but the formula is kind of set in stone. And then we apply for a lot of discretionary grants from federal, state, or local sources. The money that we receive on the formula side is to serve three types of clients. So our largest client group are low-income adults. Those are people who are being income tested. We also serve another group, which in WIA speak, in Workforce Investment Act speak, are called dislocated workers. If I say something that makes me sound like Charlie Brown's teacher, if you'll interrupt me and I'll try to put it into layperson's English. But a dislocated worker is somebody who's been laid off from their most recent job, a plant closure. So those are people who are being dislocated by an economic event. And then our third client group are youth, which are aged 14 to 24. And by federal law, 25% of that youth funding is focused on in-school youth, and 75% is focused on out-of-school youth. This is the second year of a pretty significant change for us in regards to youth funding. Prior to 2 years ago, those in-school and out-of-school percentages were flipped. So prior to 2 years ago, the federal government had wanted us to focus primarily on in-school youth and getting them interested in work. And 2 years ago, they flipped it to have the focus be on out-of-school youth who are primarily dropouts who are not employed. So in many senses, those out-of-school youth are older, and they receive many of the same services as our adult clients. What's our budget this year? Currently, and again, this is the formula money, so this is the money that flows into the county based on that federal formula. We're receiving just a little bit under $5 million to serve income-tested adults, about $4.2 to serve dislocated workers, people have been laid off from their most recent job, a little over $5 for the youth grant, and then another small grant called Rapid Response, which is actually the staff that deal directly at the layoff site when plants are being closed. And then on top of that, we're currently sitting on about $1.6 million in discretionary grants. I have them listed there, and I'm going to go into a description of what they are. That's actually a pretty good ratio that we have just about 10% of our money coming from discretionary sources. We'd like it to be higher, but it does give us leeway if the formula funding goes up or it goes down. On the discretionary side, at least in the world of workforce right now, the only way to get money is to apply regionally. I would love to be in a circumstance where I could apply just for Fresno County and get money out of the federal government or the state government, but I can tell you for at least the last decade, the only way that we've been able to be successful in getting grants has been by submitting regional proposals. In that regard, we're very lucky in that the WIBs that are found in the San Joaquin Valley, if you think about the area starting at Stockton in the north and going all the way down to Bakersfield in the south, there are 8 workforce boards that cover those counties. We have a very, very active regional group, and we apply for lots of money, and they frequently, if not normally, turn to Fresno, the Fresno Workforce Board, to act as fiscal and administrative agent on those regional proposals. So for the last number of years, the biggest funding that we've gotten down, the most recent is Prop 39, is a construction pre-apprentice focus, and we are serving that 10-county area, the 8 WIBs that serve those 10 counties, in partnership with the 4 building trades councils that are found across that area. So locally, we have the Fresno, Madera, Kings, Tulare Building Trades Council, and then up in Modesto, we have Stanislaus, Merced, Tuolumne, Mariposa, Building Council number 2, and then there's one up in Stockton, San Joaquin, Alpine, and a third county that's escaping me. And if you head to the south part of the valley, there's the Kern and Yomano Building Trades Council. And I would just mention to you that the Fresno model, which was developed locally in partnership with Chuck Riojas over at the Building Trades Council and our friends in public education at the community college system, that Fresno model is now being used across that wide 10-county area. So it started here, and it kind of spread from there. Locally, this year, we will have trained our 11th cohort in Fresno over the last 6 years, and there's more funding for next year. In addition to that, we are also serving as the fiscal agent on something called the Slingshot Grant. I don't know where they come up with these names, but you know what, if they give us money, they could call it the Ishka-Bibble Grant, and we'd say, okay, just make sure the check's in the mail. But it has a manufacturing focus, and there, the governor's office was very keen that the WIBs acting in aggregate, that we would get involved in seeing how training being offered at the community college system is being vetted by private employers. So across a 14-county service area with Fresno acting as fiscal administrative agent, we are now funding manufacturing skills training in all the community college districts found in that 14-county area, with the proviso that before the training starts, we've had to set up meetings where groups of manufacturers will actually review the training that's being offered. In January, we're going to be starting training at Merced College as an example with this grant, and next week on Thursday, we're getting in a room with a group of employers in Merced with the help of the city and the county and the Merced EDC to make sure that the manufacturers actually think that the training is of value. Turning from money to success rates for the people who we're working with, for our poor adult clients, we're averaging an entered employment rate of about 82%. Now, in WIA speak, when they say entered employment, that means unsubsidized employment. We're not paying anything to the employer to hire somebody. This is people who've received training of some type and they've gone out and they found a job. So we have an 82% placement rate with our poor adult clients. Of those, 85% are keeping their jobs for 6 months or longer. And the average earnings for those people are about $18,500 to start. And then
Hey, Blake, real quick.
Yes, sir.
The goal, and I know I should know the answer to this, but I'm forgetting. Where does the goal come from? That's the goal the federal government sets?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The federal government, as it's being passed down to us through the state of California.
Okay.
So every 3 years, we negotiate with the state to establish what goals are, and then we as an organization have to. Well, we've always exceeded those numbers, but that's
no,
what
I know we do. Yeah, we're always well over the goals, and is that goal? So all of the workforce development boards throughout the state have the same goals, or does it vary by region?
It varies by region, sir. It actually varies by board. So I'm happy to say that our colleagues in the Bay Area and Los Angeles and San Diego have higher performance rates than we do. It's they have a much more robust economy. So
sure,
yeah.
Well, I mean, but when you look at entered employment and employment retention with the actuals, I mean, 82%. Getting folks employed. That means 8 out of 10 people that come to 8.2 people out of every 10 people we're putting to work. That's pretty good. So, and 85% of them are staying retained. So anyway, I wanted to give you a chance to brag on that a little bit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And then similar to the adults, for dislocated workers, people laid off from their most recent job, we have an 89% placement rate. with a 92% retention rate. That's to be expected. You know, people who are laid off from their jobs usually have solid work histories. It's a matter of helping them to identify what skills are transferable from job A to job B, and then average earnings. And then finally, where do we have our service locations? So currently, we have 5 locations. Our biggest location, our mothership, so to speak, is at Manchester Mall, all 28,000 square feet of it. I know we pay the check every month. But to give you an idea as to the volume of people who are being seen at Manchester, this year we will just break 20,000 visitors at Manchester. That's not visits. On average, a visitor will have 3.6 visits to our one-stop. So you're looking at really 65,000 visits coming from 20,000 visitors or individual clients. That's a huge number of people, but we're happy to have the resource there and happy to be, you know, getting people focused on where they can find work. Our second largest location is in Reedley, the city of Reedley, where we're co-located with the County Welfare Office, very nice facility. We also have a facility in Selma where we're co-located with Proteus. Many of you may be familiar with Proteus. They provide migrant and seasonal farm worker training, also Department of Labor source. We have a really nice location at West Hills Community College campus in Coalinga for West Side residents. And then we in turn have another satellite location at the West Hills campus in Firebaugh. So we have those 5 service points in the county for our adult and dislocated worker clients. And then for youth, it differs. If we had looked at this map a year ago or a year and a half ago when we were focused on in-school youth, we were at a lot of schools. Now we're at a lot of community-based organizations that are serving out-of-school youth. Our biggest contract holder is EOC, which provides our youth services within the metro area. And then as you go out, the contractors vary.
I'm interested in this youth component.
Yes, ma'am.
So as part of the $5 million that you guys are awarded of funding, what is it that you guys do with the $5 million? Is it just services, or do you guys actually provide jobs?
Our primary function for the youth clients, ma'am, or for the adult clients is to identify good training providers. So the WIB does not provide training. We judge training providers. So for youth, older out-of-school youth, you come in, we're going to give you a lot of tests. We've got to figure out where you are, what you're good at, where your interests lie, and then where there happen to be job opportunities that match up with your aptitude, which you're capable of, and where your interest is. And then how do you actually know where there are good trainers, where the preponderance of people who go to that training, the end result happens to be work. So for us, the way it works with our funding source at the Department of Labor, we only get a brownie point if somebody gets a job. If they don't get a job, no brownie point. We don't get enough brownie points, we don't get money. So our job is to try to identify, and then we pay for the training. So the youth that are coming in, we're identifying where they are, their interests, skills, and then helping them to find the right training and then pay for that training.
How many young people did you guys train with those dollars?
This year, it's I'm going to say it's probably at that highest level where we actually have to pay for training. It's going to be somewhere around 1,500, but we see a lot more youth than that. Sometimes youth don't require the actual spending of paying for a training voucher in order to find them a job. Sometimes it's just a matter of pointing them in the right direction. So but at that highest level, it's about 1,500.
And what types of employers are you guys working with when you guys are dealing with this population?
Sure. So we wish that we had enough money to focus everywhere, but we don't. So we kind of have to go through almost a sense of triage to find out what's the lowest hanging fruit. So our board, the board that you and your colleagues have appointed, we're focused on certain industry sectors in town: healthcare, construction, manufacturing, and manufacturing now with the add-on of supply chain logistics would be in that third one. And then government. Actually, government is the second largest employer by sector in our county. And so our office is on Kern Street, across from the old downtown club. We actually have a small office there where we're helping people to apply for jobs here at the city, at the county, at the school districts. So that's one of the sectors we're focused on also.
Great. I just bring up some of those questions. One of the issues that I've been really interested in is in how do we create more jobs and job opportunities for young people. This past summer was the first time, I think in a long time, that the city of Fresno had allocated monies to hire young people between the ages of 15 and I think 22 or 25 maybe. And we got, in a short period of time, I think we had the application out maybe in 2 weeks, we got over 500 applications for maybe 30 slots. So there's definitely a need in our community. I'm interested in maybe we can just follow up after this workshop to see how I can be helpful and maybe how we can continue to partner so that we figure out additional dollars to provide some paid opportunities for these young people.
Certainly, if I could add to acknowledge policies that you all have already adopted, but your adoption of the targeted hiring program that was put forward by Councilman Baines is a massive step in providing work opportunities for our residents, both adult and youth. So the notion that as we're spending Fresno money on public projects, that people would just be allowed to wet their beak, that a certain percentage of those jobs would go to our local residents when we have such high unemployment. That's huge because it creates when we know, like with our funding, that we have an opportunity for an actual job at the city on a city construction project, it then makes it possible for us to fund the training for it, because as I mentioned to you, if we don't get a job, we don't get credit from the Department of Labor. So things like that are huge. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
I got a couple questions, Mike.
Yes,
so I'm trying to get a grasp on kind of like your model. You kind of gave the historical background of the organization, and I guess to kind of go big picture and simplify it a little bit. So I know what the county DSS does. I know what a couple of nonprofits do in the area of workforce development. So is your organization essentially like a pass-through agency, or do you do? I mean, it's a little bit similar to what Councilmember Soria mentioned. Or are you an organization that provides services? And the reason I'm asking is I remember back in 2003, when you were setting up the offices there at Manchester, you had folks that could come in, they could have an intake, and then they got a passport card that you'd help them with, like resume writing, looking for jobs, that type of thing. And then I think you connected them to workforce training, or did you guys do that yourself at the time?
Actually, it's the same model, sir, and thank you for that summary. You did it better than I did, but it's the same model, and we actually connect them to training providers. So we're not providing any hard skills training ourselves. We're analyzing the people. Our preference is always to try to route training funds to our public education partners, State Center Community College District, West Hills Community College District, and then where our public partners do not have the training that is needed to then branch out into private for-profit schools, which are more agile in responding to business needs, but they're much more expensive. So people do come in, and it depends on the level of service that they want. So if they just want to use the resources, we have a large technology lab. A lot of people, I think their main access to a computer is when they come to our lab. They would get a Fresno passport, and then with that swipe card, we're able to track how they use the different services in the facility. But there are also seminars about the industry sectors in our county where there are job opportunities, free tests for people to take to see if they have the aptitude for training. And then if they don't, what would be an example? We're going to be starting another welding class at Fresno City College in January. I know for a fact that in order to take that class, Fresno City has told us that you have to have a 7th grade English level. That's what they expect somebody coming in to be able to take the training. So if somebody said, I want to take the welding training at Fresno City, we'd give them a test. If they didn't test at that level, we'd get them into some remediation to try to get their English skills up. But we wouldn't want to refer somebody over to training that we knew that they would fail at just because they didn't have that kind of aptitude in order to take it. And then after the training, we help people with placement because, again, we don't get credit unless somebody has a job.
So, and along the lines of focusing on the youth, what were what were the success rates for youth employment? Because I didn't see it on the slide.
They are in the same. They are in the 80th percentile for both placement and for retention. I should mention too that because the majority of the out-of-school youth are also older, there is almost an overlap between them and our adult program, which has worked to our benefit, because when funding has been down in one, we've been able to co-enroll people into the adult program and then have additional funds to spend.
Especially with all the conversation going on in our city with CTE and vocational training programs, I think there's a lot of opportunity, especially IE Fresno Unified. I mean, do you have pretty good partnerships with Fresno Unified? What would that look like?
Yes, in fact, just this week. So our latest push has been, we've had a focus on manufacturing now for 3 or 4 years, but our latest push has been to expand the manufacturing sector into supply chain and logistics. So with a group from Fresno Unified, we were just this Monday at a supply chain program at Patterson High School that we were looking at. We're trying to explore ways that it can be replicated here in Fresno County. As it should be, there's been a lot of attention paid to the fact that, yay, we're getting Amazon and we're getting Ulta. We would like to be part of setting up training for the whole sector. So, I mean, they're kind of the jewel and the tiara, you know, they're the biggest ones, but we have a lot of logistics companies that are in town, and there are national norms to train people to work for them. And so that's what we're exploring right now as an example with Fresno Unified.
Well, and that's a great opportunity, because I think as, you know, the city grows, and you're right, we're getting a lot of interest from companies that come here, but I gotta tell you, as I go throughout the state, that's always the #1 complaint about the Valley, right? The skills and the knowledge and the abilities of our workforce. That's always been a big deterrent for companies to come here, and I think you guys have a great opportunity to really capitalize on that. And it's always tougher for the young folks that are coming out of high school, because they don't have experience. Oftentimes they're limited in what they can do. But if we're able to partner with like WIB, Fresno Unified State Center, and kind of blend the program and prevent them from being out of work. I remember 20 years ago that was possible. You could come out of high school and get a good paying job. It's a lot harder now to do that, because you are competing with folks that have had years of experience out there, and we know what happens when young people have a lot of free time on their hands, right, in our city. So, I mean, that'd be great to expand the partnerships with not just Fresno Unified, but Central, Clovis, Hanger, and kind of build a model that works. Fresno Unified right now just renewed their bond. State Center renewed their bond. I think there's opportunities there to plug some of our local young folks into those jobs, those training programs, and make sure that they have those skills so that they can be marketable in the workplace. Have we tried doing anything of that like that in the past, or are you open to doing something like that?
We have in the past, sir, and we're definitely open to do it in the future. I would say that I'm familiar that some of the jurisdictions you're talking about are talking about perhaps replicating the Fresno targeted hiring that you all had adopted, and that's a wonderful program. The other thing that I would point to, and this is a number of years ago now because it was under Supervisor Anderson, when the county was building the juvenile justice campus, they actually had a set aside of training slots specifically for youth. Okay. So they didn't just have a hire policy, but in addition to that, there would be a certain number of extra slots so that there could be youth could be trained as the project. Each of those construction projects offers an opportunity for somebody to learn skills. So, I mean, obviously we want to make sure that we get the best bridge possible, the best road. Right. But over and above that, first benefit, that's the actual item. Second, somebody's earning a salary. But third, in an apprenticeship model, you're only able to move forward given the number of hours you're working on a project under the supervision of a journeyman. So right. We want to get that kind of trifecta award of the actual item, the salary, and then the training opportunity. I want to milk every nickel that you guys are spending to get that. So yes, we are open.
Absolutely. One, I'll just close with this. I mean, $300 million that Fresno Unified has in a bond. We're doing a $500 million investment in infrastructure in our Southeast Water Treatment Plant. There are a number of bonds around. State Center just went out for their huge 1-2. They just secured that. So there's so much opportunity. I think your organization's in a really critical position to kind of piece all that together and give these young folks an opportunity for that?
Well, you know, and there's so much work there, sir, that we'll obviously hoe our portion of the field, but there's a lot of players there. But I think to the extent that we're all working in unison, it will achieve the ends that you're talking about.
Thank you.
Hey, Blake, one more question. On the average earnings when we were looking at the adult client success rates, what does that mean? Does that mean average annual earnings or just?
It means average annual earnings,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Okay. Seems a little low for the goal, $13,000.
Well, for income-tested adults, for individuals who, for the most part, have a very spotty work history or sometimes no work history, that's the point where, in many instances, clients are being, let's say, passed from the DSS structure into ours. So initially, and it's incredible how people are able to survive, but that's the reality that if you don't have a work history, your initial salary will be low.
Right. Okay, and so that's probably not taking. That wouldn't be full-time employment. That's probably thinking about somebody that can get a part-time job or something like that. Okay. All right. Thanks.
I think the screen is clear. Thank you so much, Blake, for
so
the
much for the
wonderful
opportunity.
presentation
We
and the
appreciate it very
information
much.
provided. Next, we'll move on to our 10 a.m., our number 2 10 a.m. hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding the City of Fresno's CFD number 9.
Good morning, City Council. I'm Andrew Bonelli with the Public Works Department. I'm here with a public hearing for an annexation to Community Facilities District Number 9. This is a multifamily project on Shepherd Avenue. At the request of the landowner, we're recommending approval to annex into Community Service District Number 9. The annual assessment is $225,000, and this is in Council District Number 6.
Now we'll go out to the public. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll come back to the dais. Any?
Motion to approve?
So we have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 5-0 with council members Clint Olivier and Paul Capriolo absent. Now we'll move on to our 10:10 a.m. hearing to hear and consider information concerning the proposed issuance of revenue bonds by Independent Cities Finance Authority for the purpose of refinancing improvements to Westlake Mobile Home Park and the renovation of Millbrook Mobile Home Park.
Good morning, council members. Mike Lima, City Finance Director, Controller. Before you today is a resolution approving the issuance of no more than $24 million in tax-exempt bonds by the Independent Cities Financing Authority on behalf of Millennium Housing of California. The authority will use the proceeds from this issue to pay for improvements at the Westlake Mobile Home Park and the Millbrook Mobile Home Park. Both of these mobile home parks are located here in Fresno. Under the Tax Equity and Financial Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, the governing body of the entity where the facilities that gain the benefit from the bond issue are located must hold a hearing to receive public testimony and approve the issuance of the refunding bonds. This hearing was noticed in the Fresno Bee on October 25th, 2017, and to date we have received no testimony either for or against the issue. Payment of these bonds would be the sole responsibility of the authority from their revenue streams. The city will have no obligation or liability associated with this facility or these bonds. Staff recommends the council conduct the required TEFRA hearing and at its conclusion adopt the resolution approving the issuance of bonds by the Independent Cities Financing Authority. Thank you. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
We'll go out to the public. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this hearing? Please come up to the microphone, state your name and address for the record.
Mary Esther Correa, District 7, 3407 East Iowa, Fresno, California. You know what, I've just being the property owners and the business owners and the taxpayers are being fined and beyond, being more and more and more taxes, property taxes are going up. People like myself we are on a fixed income. I'm a retired high school teacher, and I own my property. I have to pay the mortgage and taxes and insurance, but everything's going up. The gasoline, the food, and the taxes. I heard that, anyways, I got an issue myself, but that's North, San Francisco and LA don't have as much money as we do because you guys are taxing and taxing. You just don't see the people that are struggling, where there's practically no middle people anymore. You know, you just they have no clue, and you keep taxing and taxing and taxing. This is outrageous. Well, but the youth, because being a high school teacher, yes, you need to focus on them because there are leaders and there are policemen, firemen, and you know, you have to think about that. You can't think of your senior citizens are being fined because we have property. That's crazy. Think about it. You have to think. You have to think about people in our district. They're all struggling, and you have no clue. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Passes 5-0 with Councilmember Clint Olivier and Paul Capriolo's absent. Now we have the 10:15 scheduled item, appearance by Mary Esther Correa. If you want to come up, ma'am. And you'll have 3 minutes.
Well, I have a letter, and I'm running out of breath because there's too much smog here. Mary Esther Correa, 3407 East Iowa. I'm going to read the letter. My property caretaker was supposed to be here to read it, but I don't know what happened. Okay, Mary Esther, I go reading. I'm a disabled senior citizen and retired school teacher living in a very fixed income. I have tried to rent out the unit 3403 East Iowa many times, but always end up with tenants that don't want to pay rent after the first month, leave my unit trashed, and they let squatters and homeless people. There are 45,000 homeless around here, and most of them are a lot. Well, I can see the vets, but the people need help. But the druggies, they keep coming and trashing. To add insult to injury, these tenants called code enforcement, and after that, leaving me to pay for multiple repairs. There are over 45,000 homeless in our city, and over a year, I have been fining and fixing and trying to rent out my units. I'm not a slum landlord, and other people are not slum landlords. There are some that are, but you can't label all of us that we're slum lords, because I'm not one of them. I live in my house, and I try to rent the other one, but it's not happening. This is a nightmare. It used to be lucrative for me to own, and people greeted me, and they were happy, but now they don't want to pay the rent. All they want to do is live for free. The tenants, only for city council and code enforcement to fine me for $14,000. I live in my place. I fix and come, and I can't call my insurance because then they're going to drop me or raise the insurance real high. I have a friend that was fined $500 for a homeless lady who was living behind on his alley. He has cancer and he couldn't take care of it. He's a senior citizen. I'd like to finish. But anyways, I leave the rest of this letter. I'm just going to say that I'm sending a letter to the Better Business Bureau, Consumer Protection, Fresno Bee, the mayor, all the senators, all the representatives, governor, and all others, because this has got to stop. We were being fined, and I'm a retired disabled senior. How am I going to pay? I'm going to pay $20 a month. That's all I can afford. But I know my time's up. Thank you very much. But you're all going to get the rest of the letter. Some of you guys are really good for their district, helping the people. You forget that you're there to advocate, help us. We're the people that are struggling, And some of you are really good, but that this is happening, and this is outrageous. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. I think we're pretty much done until we have an 11:30. Could we go to closed session?
The other closed session, we have outside counsel that needs to be here. It needs to be after lunch.
Okay, after lunch. So, yeah, I think we'll have to break then.
So we're going to postpone the 11:30 until after lunch, too?
Yeah, we'll have to.
So we be back in here at 1:30?
Yes,
Okay.
we'll postpone it till then. Thank you.
Okay. This is the 1:30 item workshop to consider recommendation made to the City Council by the Task Force for Seniors of Fresno to create a citywide senior center. I will be presenting that along with the members of the task force. There will be public comment after that presentation is made, but because it is not an action item, the council will not be voting today on any item related to senior center. So what we have to do first is present a proclamation. Where is that, staff? Oh, all right. So I am going to be co-presenting with my colleague member Capriolio from District 4, and this proclamation is this is the proclamation of National Family Caregivers Month, Caregiving Around the Clock, presented by City Council Member Capriolio and myself.
After you. Really? Well, good afternoon, everyone. Is this thing on? Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good to hear you. Good to hear that, and good to see all your smiling faces here today. And it's a great day for the city of Fresno and our council president and myself, in that we are able to provide this fantastic proclamation that's very, very well deserved on this special day. And it's actually more than a special day, it's going to be a special month. So, would you like to say a few words, Clint?
Yeah, sure. Michelle, you're here to accept the proclamation, correct? Okay, come on up. Anybody here from Valley Caregiver, please come up. Will you care to tell us a little bit about Valley Caregiver Resource Center? And yeah, sure. Okay.
Well, first of all,
Come on in.
I'd like to thank the council members and especially President Olivier and Council Member Paul Capriolio for giving us this honor and having supported us over the past several years. As you know, we've had a passion for seniors for over 30 years, and maybe a lot of people don't realize it. I first experienced the issues that we're dealing with seniors about 18 years ago when I was helping with the care of my parents. As I went to the doctor appointments and business institutions, et cetera, we saw that there was a lot of disparity in how our seniors were being treated. And at that point, I went to Valley Caregiver Resource Center and I said, why is this happening? What's going on? And they said, well, you know, due to lack of resources and education, this is what's happening. And at that point, my eyes were open to what else can we do to help our seniors? And then that went ahead and started formulating my relationship with Valley and understanding all that they can accomplish and help our seniors and family caregivers especially.
And you brought me into the fold about 5 years ago, and we do an ombudsman program, a luncheon to honor those that provide that very necessary service to our seniors. And my father was an Alzheimer's victim, and he passed away 8.5 years ago. And my mother And I did not know about an organization like you and people like all of you with the greatest hearts in the world. And if we had known that, it would have been a game changer, because most surviving are the partner is not going to give up, and that's my mom. She wanted my dad there. She was going to take care of him, but it got to be where she couldn't leave him. And so, unfortunately, the statistics say that a care provider will predecease the care receiver, and that's tragic. And so, again, I just can't thank you guys enough. It's fantastic. I'll be there even after I'm gone from this council, you know that, for the great services you provide. So, Clint?
Yeah. Just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work that you do. It's been, I don't have the firsthand experience of caring for a loved one. And so it's been an education, and I thank you for continuing to teach me about the program and all the services that you do offer. And I know you're located in my district, in District 7, and we're very happy to have you there. And so this proclamation is very well deserved. Thank you very much for coming out today. Madam Clerk, can you read the proclamation, please?
Whereas over 90 million Americans today are family caregivers for their loved ones, and whereas a large number of them are finding themselves providing care 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas although caregiving can be a rewarding experience, it is not without its consequences such as stress, poor health, and caregiver burnout. And whereas 6 out of 10 family caregivers juggle everyday life tasks such as preparing the children for school, managing household responsibilities, and full or part-time work. In addition, they have the added responsibility of managing medications for their loved ones, whether it be for a senior with Alzheimer's or a child with special needs. The required attention can be nonstop. And whereas family time and mealtime are extremely important in the caregiver setting, ensuring that the caregiver and the family members get the proper nutrition is important for maintaining strength, energy, stamina, and a positive attitude. And whereas making time for yourself and the family protects a family caregiver's own health, strengthens family relationships, prevents burnout, and can enable a recipient to stay at home up to 3 times longer. The chance to take a breather and re-energize is vital in order for you to be a good caregiver tomorrow as you were today. And whereas with the responsibility of family caregivers in our country growing every year, it is even more essential to encourage these heroes to take some time for respite so that they may continue the mission of providing that loving care that only they can provide. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim the month of November 2017 to be National Family Caregivers Month, with the theme of caregiving around the clock in the city of Fresno.
Okay, Council, let's go ahead and take the 1:30 item. This is the final report to Council for the Task Force for the Seniors of Fresno. Wait, this is not, okay. Council, just wanted to first begin by thanking you for your vote unanimously 7 months ago, creating the task force. Since then, I'm happy to report that we have conducted 6 meetings with 25 or so experts in our community in the field of gerontology, in the field of caregiving, in the field of recreation, in the fields of real estate. I mean, we really ran the gamut in reaching the period where we could present this paper to you. It is, I believe, short compared to some of the stuff that we get, and I also believe it's easy to read. There are 28 pages for you to read, and what I would ask is that you really dive into it and read it and understand it. We were able to put together a set of recommendations that you're about to see that I think that you will find to be very reasonable. I don't think that, that this task force is asking for the world, but we are shooting for the stars, and if we hit the moon, and that translates to a purpose-built or a a function-specific senior citizen center within the city of Fresno, then so much the better. So thank you all for your attention and during this presentation. The task force was, we sat down, I believe it was in August, to come up with a mission statement so that we would be able to kind of show you where we were headed and where our hearts and minds were at. So our mission statement is, you can see before you, it's to improve, enhance, and enrich the lives of older adults in the city of Fresno. A quick demographic study. There are varying counts, but we think there are about 60,000 folks aged 62 and older in the city of Fresno. There is no senior center. And some other demographics too. Clovis, there's a 7,000 square foot senior center for 11,000 seniors. In Long Beach, there are 44,000, a little bit lower than us, with a comparable population. They have 6 senior centers. Bakersfield has 2, and there you go. Huron has 1 senior center for 340 people. We have 0 for 57,000. Here's a brief list of our task force members. If you are here today and you are a member of the task force, will you please stand? I think we give them all a round of applause. I think they did a fantastic job. There's a complete list of the people who served on the task force in the report. We believe that the senior population is growing quickly. This is because while baby boomers are retiring and also folks are living longer. And today's seniors are younger than seniors of even a generation or two ago. I remember my grandmother was born in 1909, and to me, she was very old. She was not. When I think of my grandmother, this is someone who could be your parents. She didn't go to senior center. She wasn't active. She didn't participate in games or in activity or exercise or socializing. She went to church, is what my grandmother did. And so today's seniors are different than folks born in that time period. They want to be active. They want to be healthy. They want to be fit. They still work. They have a youthful self-concept. 63% of baby boomers feel younger than they are. Workers don't feel older until they're around age 60. Seniors aren't afraid of aging. They expect to live longer, deservedly so, and they do. Feeling younger is about your general attitude, good health, and staying in shape, and those are the kinds of things that senior centers provide. They plan to exercise regularly. They're part of the fastest growing health club group. Insurers, like the big insurers we always hear about health insurance, prefer paying for health maintenance instead of treating disease. Adults 45 and over represent 51% of personal training clientele. These are all things I didn't know before we were able to convene and do this work. So we mentioned this before, a majority of seniors plan to work or volunteer while still committing to fitness and special interests. 70% of American workers plan to continue working full or part-time. Another 14% plan to volunteer. Seniors value both their independence and opportunities for socialization. Providing activities to share common interests is necessary, helping seniors to fight depression and reduce fear of being alone, eliminating difficulty in finding a companion. Can all be done at a senior center. We also included information from the California State Plan on Aging. It's contained in your appendix. 65 plus population is between about 10 and 12% of the overall population in Fresno County. Senior Citizen Center needs to serve the ages between 60 and 100. Services and activities that cover this entire age range are critical. We went into the existing community senior services. Our Parks Department provides hot meal sites through the FMAAA at Ted C. Wills, Mosqueda, Mary Ella Brown, the Senior Citizens Village, Pinedale, and Lafayette Park. And there are some activities that go along with that, but it doesn't, the services that are provided, that the City Parks Department, we do have officials from the Parks Department here, it's not geared toward, nor are they specific to seniors. In a limited way they are. We do provide some, but only in a very limited way. The task force is recommending that these sites remain open and operational at the current level of service to augment a senior center. A lot of folks always say, well, FMAAA should do it. FMAAA needs to open it. FMAAA. Well, what they handle is home delivered meals. And they deliver meals, and they also do 28 sites throughout the area, Madera County and Fresno County. These are resources to keep older adults in their homes and not in hospitals or care facilities. There are caregiver support services available through FMAAA. They also do a lot of referrals. They refer older adults to resources such as 24-hour hotlines, financial assistance, housing advocacy, and elder abuse. Fresno Unified also provides some senior activities. This is a big one. This is really what got this kicked off in the first place. They've been tenuous at best over at Fresno Unified. They serve about 800 older adults every year at 2 facilities, at the Cesar Chavez Center and also at Manchester Center. They do things like yoga, Pilates, computer skills, line dance. It used to be free for retired persons until the Great Recession. FUSD, there was actually some discussion about doing away with this programming. I've been there. Part of being the District 7 council member is you have to put in some time at the Manchester Senior Center, getting to know folks out there. And what happened was FUSD was going to just cancel the program. We were able to get some folks together, sit down at the table, and we came up, thankfully, to FUSD. They did 50%. So if you were to take this class, it'd be Pilates would be $68. If you're a senior citizen, you get reduced. So they do a lot of stuff over there: yoga, Pilates, line dance, Tai Chi. There's a whole list in your report of the activities they provide, but the lease at Manchester Center is coming up. So in July of 2018, they have to either renew at Manchester or shut it down and go someplace else, or just say no more of this kind of programming. It's important to remember that every dollar that FUSD spends on seniors is a dollar that doesn't go into the classroom of K through 12 students. So that I think explains a lot of the heartburn of FUSD about continuing to provide services for seniors. But their lease is up in July of 2018. We had a nice presentation by Miguel Arias, who came out, presented to our task force, and talked about whether they would renew the lease. We don't know if they're going to. So that means seniors would have no place. Again, they provide the lion's share of programming and activity. That could all be gone in 7 months. I think that's a big problem. There's also the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute at Cal State Fresno, or Fresno State, sorry, everyone. There's a membership fee of $40. There's some seminars and classes. It's workshops, short courses, and field trips. Then, of course, Valley Caregiver Resource Center, which is located on the campus of the FMAAA. Nonprofit programs to help seniors and their caregivers. We just learned a lot about them. We took a field trip so that we could actually go out and see what the situation looked like instead of being in a conference room upstairs. We rented a bus, went to Ted C. Wills. It's the largest hot meals site in the Parks Department. It's open Monday through Friday, 9 to 1. Hot meals, exercise, bingo. This would be the facility that provides a lion's share of senior services in our system, right? It's a beautiful facility. It's big. It's clean. But the task force has determined it's not sufficient to service the whole city of Fresno in terms of senior activities. We went to Mosqueda in District 5, Hot Meal Center. There's a pool, a ceramics room, but again, not sufficient to adequately address the needs of seniors in our community. Then we went to the Temple. We went to the Clovis Senior Center. It's widely acknowledged to be the best senior center in the region. 7,000 square feet, hot meals. They do bands. They have 2 billiard tables. They have line dancing. They have a library. They do exercise, art, technology, nutrition. They do bingo. They do a lot out there. They have dedicated staff, a director, and probably 2 or 3 other staff that just work exclusively with seniors. This is funded through the general fund. So I know that's probably maybe difficult for us to get there, but it is funded by the City of Clovis General Fund. So the recommendations that you will find Location. The task force wants crime statistics and accessibility to public transit and parking, that's probably coming up, to be taken into account. Manchester Center is a fantastic example of a place that has, it's currently utilized by hundreds of people. It's located in the center of the city. It's got plenty of parking, and it also is at the terminus of really every bus line in the city because of the transit center that we have at Manchester. There's also lots of space over there. There was a senior lounge that existed at Manchester for a period of time that was shut down about 7-8 months ago, which is, again, part of the reason why we decided to convene this task force. Those seniors were locked out, had no place to go. It was operated by FUSD. It's been turned into a different kind of facility these days, and so the seniors don't have access to that. But Manchester Center they've got the square footage. I have a satellite office there. The city actually has a satellite city hall there, so they're friends of ours. They've always been very helpful. City managers, as you look at taking this project on, that may be an option for you. We provided a map in Appendix A of where the seniors live. We find them in central, all over really, they're all over, but concentrated in central to northern parts of the city. And that's why we believe that a central location gives the greatest access to public transit. Parks Department, we're recommending that the Parks Department keeps a more detailed record of who comes out. And by that we mean it has to be voluntary. We can't force people to give their name and address and email address. But the reason why it's critical in the city of Clovis, and it's also contained in the appendix, they call it the Bible. This is their monthly newsletter that goes out. This is everything from everything they're working on, right down to the hour. So exercise, pinochle, watercolor, yoga, top dollar music dudes play at 10 with live band to dancing, lunch. It puts the menu on there, mac and cheese. That was on October 18th. So seniors in Clovis they know exactly what is happening at their senior center on October 18th and every day of the month. In Clovis, they swear by this, and they mail it out once a month. Floral arrangement workshop, benefits of buddies, October movie days. People look forward to having this arrive in their mailbox in the city of Clovis. And the task force believes that this is critical, that the city of Fresno emulate this. And to begin to do that would be to use the Parks Department to solicit email addresses and mailing addresses of the folks who take advantage of senior hot meals. As we build that database, find as many seniors as we can to do a mailing like this. Obviously, it's going to cost money and staff time to have somebody responsible for publishing a newsletter every month, but the task force believes that it's critical, and I agree with them. Because right now there's no central location that folks can go in Fresno for information, and this has to be the keystone of what we do. The building and facility, we had presentations by folks from commercial real estate brokers came out to talk to us about the situation in our city. In terms of square footage. The task force recommends that the city initially lease and not necessarily have to purchase space. It means decreased responsibility for the city. It means we're not owning a building. It means that we can just cut a rent check every month, and that can be our senior center. Unless the city already owns some space somewhere that can be easily converted into a senior center. The key considerations would be the timeline. If the city wanted to move forward and do a permanent senior center, that may take 1, 2, 3, 4 years or more to move forward and construct one. In terms of soliciting grants, in terms of soliciting donations, in terms of finding money in the general fund, if that's the way this council decides to move, it could take a long, long time to actually construct one from scratch. So that's why the task force is recommending initially leasing or else using a piece of real estate that we already own. So the timeline, the contract terms and responsibilities, accessibility, public transportation, and parking. Seniors on the task force talked about how they want to have safe parking, a clean, well-lit parking lot with ample parking is important. Yes, public transit is a goal of the general plan of this organization, but as we all know, public transit kind of struggling right now. Most seniors still prefer to drive, and so that's why they believe a parking lot is critical. Based on Clovis and amenities needed, recommending at least 7,000 square feet. Fax is inaccessible in some areas. We had, we talked about Handy Ride in some depth, and we were able to, so if there's an increase in routes, I know that the city is talking about the transportation study, and there's going to be new routes here and take routes away from there. That might help, but it needs to be as accessible as possible. And so that's why the center of the city is so important, because it is it's accessible. We also had Carlos Duarte, a paratransit specialist from the fax department, participate. He was a task force member. He was very instrumental in helping us map out really why transportation and public transportation and parking are so important. Funding, donations. Well, obviously, we would love if businesses and prominent members of the community would be able and willing to support a senior center, give some kind of endowment. We see everywhere we go at the Art Museum, at Fresno State, and really everywhere we go in the community, there have been people who have been very blessed in their lives who have stepped up to fund some kind of endeavor that they believe in. It is our hope that these types of people would be happy to help support a senior center, even just initially. Looking for some kind of public-private partnership critical to the creation and operation of a center, maybe a Table Mountain Senior Center, or like a Chick-Chancey Senior Center, or something like that, where we could partner with someone who would sponsor. We think that it's important to create a foundation as well. The Clovis Senior Center has a foundation. They're using that right now to construct the new senior center. There's the number for the general fund commitment. It's $400,000 a year from their general fund for seniors. But they are using that foundation. And they, if I'm not incorrect, I think that Clovis also uses some of that money for programming within their senior center. We could run it through a nonprofit entity like what Mayor Swearingen is now the head of, the Valley Regional Foundation. Is that what it's called? What's it called? Central Valley Community Foundation, yes. Or we could start our own. And I think that, and the task force believes, and I agree, that it's critical that we have to have a foundation as well. Grants are out there. State and federal grants, capital grants, we'd have to use those to build. Programmatic or programming grants to increase the ability of the city to provide classes, ensure that requirements to keep the monies are met. And then that would be, we heard from, of course, Sean and Irma, who are so fantastic. We're so lucky to have them in parks. Obviously, that responsibility would fall to parks. Kind of programming, what kind of programming? Well, the task force found that exercise classes are the most utilized, and it's vital to have that wide range of exercise classes at the new center. The parks model that we're currently using, mindful of balancing activities for physical health, motor skill health. We saw that how critical it is, the health and well-being of seniors, and that the center will provide that, will respond to that need. Resource sharing with other entities like City College, other entities in our community that might be able to share resources. FUSD may still want to participate with our senior center. What kind of amenities does the task force believe are needed? An exercise room and a dance floor, maybe even two, is critical. That's really what's driving at Manchester. That's all that's left over there at Manchester, and that's obviously they serve hundreds of folks over there who really, really love it. And so that's got to be number one. Lounge space, tables for hot meals, dining room, bingo, pool tables. We'd love to have a library. We'd love to have computer access, a technology room, an art room. Like at Mosqueda, they do the pottery there. It's fantastic. Something like that. Those are the amenities we believe absolutely has to be contained there. And public relations, really so critical to the success of anything we do. We have to let people know that we're there, work with news stations, media partners, radio, to allow the center to reach the widest audience possible. I know that our administration has professionals that do a great job with that. We'd like to have them help us take on the outreach to seniors. We think having a notable person, having someone who's Fresno famous, would be a great way to draw both seniors and donors to our cause. So it could be any one of you sitting up there on this dais that's Fresno famous that could help us get the word out. And then you see this come back again, the database. It's made up of voluntary information of those attending community centers, those people who signed up for a senior discount. And we realize that we can't go solicit from them, but maybe there's a way to reach those people and ask them if they want to get a senior newsletter, ask them if they want to participate in a senior center and how important that is to them. This allows the city to reach nearly all seniors in town through mail or through email. There's that newsletter again. It's the most critical piece the city of Fresno can model after the Clovis Senior Center. Again, they call it the Bible. I'm not even going to say, don't do senior center, because a senior center is critical, and I do believe it needs to be done. But if we don't do a senior center, which is not an option, the newsletter is so critical. We do it with the senior center, but we need to get information regarding classes, resources, the menu. It's all contained in the appendix of your report. They mail 4,000 and they email 5,000 a month. And the need for this newsletter cannot be stressed enough. So our conclusion, the interim center, the city should create an interim center. In the meantime, if Fresno Unified renews the lease, then Manchester would be an adequate interim site. We could do it upstairs across the way from the dance and exercise room. If not, the city should open a facility quickly, because we would have hundreds of seniors that were totally in the lurch. The task force also recommends that the city begin work on permanent funding streams, looking for permanent funding streams for a new center, for the Parks Department to begin looking for grants and begin the process of opening a foundation. Some kind of business plan would be fantastic. We lack the firepower and the bandwidth to be able to come up with something like that, so that's why we turn to you. And that is the end of the task force presentation. So, and you know what? I am merely the windbag that read the task force information off. The hard work and the heavy lifting was done by the people sitting behind me. And so I want to introduce the people who are here because they did a lot of work. I will introduce them. And so we had them stand at the beginning, but our chairwoman, Dottie Smith, she is a former member of the State Center Community College District Board. Our co-chair, Dr. William Daly, is a professor of gerontology. We have also with us Michelle DeBudio, the executive director of Valley Caregiver Resource Center. We have here with us, I think I saw Carlos Duarte come in. There he is from our fax department. California Senior Senator Robert Houck was a part of our task force. Where's Robert? Oh, there he is in the back. And then we have, of course, Dr. Jackie Ryle, a name that you all know very well, our former Fresno City Clerk, and Becky Klisch, another former Fresno City Clerk. So is there anyone else that came in towards the end that I don't see that's a part of the task force? Oh, and then, of course, Sean Schaefer was a part of our task force. So we had some, H was on there from the mayor's office. So we had a really good group of people. I wanted to thank them. Some other thanks that I want to give to my District 7 office staff that did so much. Yahaira Figueroa, my chief of staff, Alexis Moran, council assistant. But the lady in the middle here, Alyssa Stevens, wrote this document. She kept the minutes. She did everything, really. We can't thank her enough. We can't thank her enough. And someone who has been who's on the board of Storyland and Playland and kind of knows a thing or two, who's been an advisor to me, Mr. Brian Whelan back here, who's come in. Thank you for your assistance to me personally. Thank you for that to all of you. I'm going to go back up to my seat here, and then we have a couple folks to call from the task force who wish to address the council and city manager, and then we'll have some public comment. Let's do 2 minutes each, because everyone's time is very valuable today. So let me go up there, and then we'll pick up. Okay. So the first thing, Dottie, did you want to address the council as the co-chair? And then she will be followed by Dr. Bill Daly, and then Maxine, you'll be after Dr. Bill. I promise.
First of all, I'd like to say good afternoon. And to Clint, I really want to say how appreciative I am for being on that task force. And with a young man like you and some of us who are older, I want to say thank you for helping to bridge the gap. And with your able assistance, they were patient, they were kind, and I know sometimes they probably thought God, but they did. And they worked hard, as you saw the copy of the report that they put together. And as we think about our seniors, I am a lifelong resident of Fresno, so I've seen changes come and go. And one of the things that we all know, if you know anything about sociology or history, that the testament of a society is how you treat your young and your old. And when we talk in terms of what we're doing there for the senior center, that's a testament. And what my grandfather used to say, just live long enough, and all of us will be old. Mm-hmm. But the thing of it is, as we travel that journey, we need to understand that we need to give, and we need to show respect, not only for our older people, but for our seniors and those in between. And when we talk about the Senior Citizen Center, I want to say, well, although when Clint asked me to be on the task force, I said, what am I, senior? Okay, I have to accept that. But for the grace of God, I think did everybody see the little things that I put on your, for each one of the council people, that to become a senior is a triumph. And when Clint talked, about the things that we like to do, and as a matter of fact, I have to be reminded, and I have people in my family that remind me that I'm from the old school. But the fact of the matter is we need to be kind, we need to be gentle. And I know, as you can see, I am, and I won't go on and on, Clint, because you had to cut me off the last time I was up. But I want to say, in terms of being a former member of the State Center Community College District, we also talked about a senior citizen center. And some of you may have, you followed in the news back in the day, we even thought about, before we made the OAB, we wanted that to be a senior citizen center. So we've been talking about this for a long time, but now we need to make sure that it happens. And having talked to the president of Fresno City College recently, she also told me, Councilwoman Soria, you have been talking to her. So I see it's more, Clint is in the forefront, but I do know that there's other council people who are also interested in what happens with our seniors. And thank you for talking to our president of Fresno City College. And I won't go on and on, but I just want to say, when we talk in terms of transportation, I was in San Francisco recently, and seniors were on and off the bus. And so I asked one of them, how do you do that? They said, because the city provides the transportation for the seniors throughout the day. And I think we need to look at that in terms of our transportation system here. We don't know exactly where the center is going to be, but if a senior citizen wants to go there, they should be able to do that. And many of them may not drive anymore because of whatever reasons. But we need to look at facts, we need to look at security, we need to look at a lot of things. But first of all, in closing, first of all, I want to say thank you again, Clint. And I want to say thank you to your able assistants for helping us. And to all of our city council people, it's loud and clear. that we want you to help to promote this. We do need the money, and we also know that word of mouth is really good. So if you know anybody with money, we go for grants and those types of things, tell them we're on the move.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Dr. Bill. Come on up. Dr. Bill Daly.
Well, Dottie, you're a hard act to follow. But let me say, we are alive and well. 70 is the new 50. 80 is the new 60. 90 is the new 80. 100 is the new 80. We are alive and well and kicking. I've been in Fresno for over 25 years, and I was going to really be an outspoken and wear a bright T-shirt today saying, "Where's my senior center?" We've had lots of talk, and if any of you know history, we've talked about this for a number of years. And there's been different folks. Even on the council, some of your predecessors opened up the Manchester Senior Center. And if we go back and look at history, it was 3 times the size of the room that our current seniors are in today. They lost their ability to have socialization. And I challenge you to go to Manchester and see this current room. There is no place to sit. It's on the 2nd floor. When the elevators don't work, how do they get upstairs? Not everyone can walk. And it was very claustrophobic. And it was hidden in the corner. For a visually impaired person, it took me 30 minutes to find it. But that was part of the council's comments as we worked on the task force. We had a wide range of Manchester seniors coming to ensure that their programs would still exist. And as you look at page 30 as one of our recommendations, if this program disappears in July, we need to find them an immediate place to relocate. Because we owe to our seniors a future. We need to honor their contributions and their amazing contributions to our community. We need a place where we can hang our hat, and maybe even in remembrance. So as you look at all these new options, new opportunities, think of your parents, think of your grandparents. Where would you take them? Clovis, which is a wonderful center, but I can't even get to Clovis because I ride public transit. And if I do go to Clovis, it will take me 5 to 6 hours to get there. So it's not worth it because we have no direct route at this point in time. So as you're thinking about transportation, for example, look at the bigger picture. I heard someone in the audience, and I thank the audience and my students for coming. There's a method to my madness with students. I'm looking for my future caregivers. And they are the future seniors. They are the future seniors of Fresno. So when we're gone, they will be our seniors. And I was listening to one of the ladies comment as we look at transportation. They live north of 99. I'm sorry I was eavesdropping. But hey, I'm into getting the word out. There is no public transportation past 99, but we have a lot of new housing, intergenerational housing projects there. But if you don't have a car, you're stuck. And we've had serious issues with that for a number of years. I challenge any one of you to give up your car for a week, a month, and ride our public transit, or to ride Handy Ride and see if you would get there on time. We have to look at all these issues, and it's an exciting time. And as the task force completes, I noticed on page 30 when I reread it this morning, we forgot one element, and one of the elements was we need to continue a voice for seniors through the council. Clovis has a senior commission that gives the voice to the city council of Clovis. We have many people on this task force that would like to continue their volunteerism. And as I stated in our last meeting, I even volunteered. If you want information on aging, that's my expertise. That's my passion. That's what I teach. I'll gladly consult to you for free. Or if you want to pay me the $150 an hour, that would be great too. But I will offer to you for free because we want to represent and have a place for us to go. And we have many seniors in the audience. I thank them for all coming. I sent out thousands of emails trying to get people to attend. And there was an article this morning that stated we're looking for a place, and that is one of the recommendations. We need a formal place. We have many groups in town that provide options and services, but it's no place to go. So that's the challenge, and we hope that you'll accept our report and move forward. We'll gladly consult with you. I highly recommend that in your own individual district that you visit the 6 community centers that we do have, and then also visit Manchester Center. So I'm going to invite Maxine Stewart to come up. We saw a video of Maxine, but I thought it would be so much better in person to have Maxine come and share her story. And just a little FYI, Maxine will be 96 on her birthday on Sunday, and it's an exciting time. So do you have like a portable microphone? So Maxine wouldn't have to walk way over here? Oh, she's going to do it in stride. That was our major concern, that she couldn't get here.
You're very welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, as he said, I'm 95 today, but on Sunday I'll be 96. So, I told our friend Carmen in the exercise class, I said, I'd like to tell people that we're seniors and we're going to be here. We're not going anywhere. But we do need help with a program or a place to have our exercise. And we need your help to get it. I retired from teaching kindergarten in 1985, and a friend told me about the exercise program that she was going to, and I have been going. I've had several instructors, but I have been going since 1985. And I think that I think it's helped. So, well, I take exercise at Manchester Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings. And then when I've had problems with sciatica. And when it doesn't bother me, I go line dancing in Clovis. I had to give up my tap dancing class. But if I could, I'd go back to it because it was fun. And I belong to the retired teachers chorus. And my friend Francis goes there also. And then, well, I guess that's mostly what I do. I have an embroidery machine at home, and I say it keeps me out of mischief because I did the embroidery on my and I make little cloth books for my great-grandchildren, embroider things and put them together and make the cloth books. So I try to keep myself active because, and I have a tablet and I have puzzles on that, and I do mahjong on that. I have an iPhone, so I keep up with my children. So you've got to keep busy, you've got to keep learning, and you've got to keep going. But we do need that senior center. I go to Clovis when I can, but it's not the same. So thank you so much for helping us. Good to see you, Frank. Thank you.
At this time, we will ask any other members of the task force who wish to address the council to come forward. Well, I just thought I would call the task force first, but no, we'll still call on for public after.
Thank you.
But the floor is yours.
I'll be brief. I would like to also express my appreciation for this effort, for being included in the task force. I would like to say that the work that was done was thorough. There was great research. We had folks with expertise all across the board that came and talked with us. We had good, deep discussions. I appreciated that we did have an opportunity to go and see where there are senior services now, but it's really very clear that there is a need, a real need for a dedicated senior center here in Fresno. So I would just like to ask, my name is Jackie Ryle, and I used to be the city clerk here, and I used to sit in Yvonne's chair. Forgot to say that. See how much you forget in 22 years? I would like to really encourage you to accept this report and to take the steps that are needed to put the recommendations into action to get this process moving forward, and offer any assistance that I can give in making that happen. So thank you very much, Council. Thanks, Council President Olivier.
Hey, Jackie.
My name is Robert Halcomb, Senior Senator from this area, Fresno Madera area on aging. And I'd like to preface this remarks by something my grandfather told me when I was very, very young, and I didn't understand it at the time, but he said, youth is wasted on the young. And as I turned 73 next month, I think I'm beginning to understand what he meant. I approach this from a slightly different angle. I've been an attorney by trade, been a fraud investigator for 20 some odd years. The cost of aging is very high. To keep a person in skilled nursing care under the California Medi-Cal long-term care is over $8,000 a month. If we can keep 20 people off of that because they are actively engaged in their community, they're not sitting at home wasting away, we can save an awful lot of money. And there's a lot of seniors in this county and this city, in this area, the San Joaquin Valley, that end up in nursing homes because there's nobody to care and there's no place for them to go that they can access. So I'd like to thank the task force. I'd like to thank Glenn Oliver for all he's done on this. I didn't contribute as much to this as I would have liked to, but I just remind the council that there's a horrible price to be paid by this if these seniors are not actively engaged in our community. And they're our history. They're our living history. So I thank you for your time, and especially you, Clint, and the rest of the task force for the effort on this.
Thank you, Robert. Okay, are there any other members of the task force that wish to address the council? All right, then that concludes our presentation. At this point, at this time, we will move to Councilmember Soria is punched up and ready to speak, but we will have public comment. If you are here and wish to address the council on this item, please come forward. Just give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes to address the council. About halfway through, you'll hear like a chime. And Maxine, thank you for your comments today. And then the chime doesn't mean you have to quit speaking. It just means that you have a minute remaining. So give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm kind of new to this council and everybody in the audience. I feel like someone who's been outside a window looking in. My name is Beverly Medina. I live, you want the whole address or just the area?
If you don't want to give it, you can just...
I live in all the new housing that's being built past 99 and between Shaw and Herndon, way out there. So it's fairly new. But I wanted to offer a different perspective here because I think most of you know each other here. I'm kind of looking in. For the past 22 years, I've been working for the Navy in Lemoore and was not really tapped into what was going on in Fresno. So I retired in 2015 as a mental health clinician for the Navy. And so I began to look around, now that I'm home in Fresno, as to what was available for senior citizens in the area. I'm 73 at the time I retired, now I'm 74. And I didn't see much. I knew there was something going on in Clovis. I visited that. But at 99 in Herndon, that's a long way to go. A long way to drive. I prefer not to drive at night, but if I have to, I will. However, my concern was there wasn't anything really accessible. Going to Manchester is also quite a drive. And the other areas that you mentioned downtown is also quite a drive. And as far as this whole new housing area out there, I have not seen any city bus come past 99. At least I haven't seen it out there. So as far as accessibility for the many seniors that live in that area now, because it's a generational housing area where you have seniors living with family members, as I do with my son in one of those next generation homes, there isn't any transportation I ever see come out for seniors, and there's many out there. Not everyone wants to ride the bus, even if it did come out, and not everybody has a car. And not everybody is fortunate enough to have family, friends, activities to keep them busy as I do. And as a mental health clinician, I know that the older you get, the lonelier you get, because many of your friends, many of your family predecease you. And you are left alone, and depression sets in. And depression is a big issue for seniors. I'd like to see something done more for the area that we're living in, and a senior center built, so that someone like myself that becomes new to the area as far as looking for activities to do would be provided. So I'm thanking you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, please, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Don Burkhart. I live right on the border of Clovis and Fresno now. We lived 25 years in the University Terrace area, first in Ashland. So we were in the Manchester area. My wife and I participated in exercise classes there many, many years ago when they first started. I taught the exercise classes for a number of years through the Fresno Adult School. I helped get the bread program started with model from Pinedale and Clovis senior centers. I've been sad to see so many of the activities go awry and drop from the Manchester Center down to just the one room. I still hear of people that participated back in the 90s, and like Maxine. And I just really hope that and pray that there will be a senior center for Fresno eventually. It's a wonderful dream. We hoped it would happen at Sierra Hospital. My wife worked there for a number of years as an RN. When it closed, we hoped that the money that was set aside at that time for a senior center in the building there would happen, and we worked hard with the committee to see that with the hopes that it would happen, but it didn't. So I hope that will be corrected and that we'll have a senior center for Fresno soon.
Thank you, Don. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ismael Jimeno. I am the junior in the senior center, I guess. And I have to say, I have been in Fresno for about 3 years. And I have to say that the activities in Manchester, the fitness class, the salsa dancing, and also the people who go there really make a big difference when I came here. I was basically alone in Fresno. And I really encourage the council to work hard for a senior center. It really makes a difference, and the people just are alive there when we are all together there. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. Thanks for coming out to the task force meetings, too. Sure, come forward. Yes, your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rene Salas. I live in the southeast part of Fresno, of Clovis Avenue and Jensen Avenue area. I am 54 years old right now, so that means that I'll be 65 in 11 more years. And it's quite alarming to find out that we don't have a senior center here in Fresno. We have a senior center, which I've been at, Clovis, but I don't see why in Fresno, due to the importance of our city, and we're in the heart of our state. Most of the figures that you talked about earlier on, that are on the book that you gave, those are figures that we as students, because I am a student at City College, Dr. Bill is my professor. I am familiar with those figures, and I would like to find out a way to make that relevant to the rest of the population here in Fresno. Dr. Bill is doing a great job giving us that class, but I would like to make an impact in the rest of the city so they figure out that we really need this senior center. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Frances Smith, and I live at 2036 North Ferris near Fresno High School. I had the privilege of sitting in on a lot of the meetings. It was a new experience for me, and I enjoyed them and learned an awful lot. Pardon me. I attend the exercise classes at Manchester, and several years ago I took art classes over at the Clovis Center. And you know, after I retired, it was just a whole new world to have open to me and opportunities to do new things at an affordable price and to meet new people. I'm afraid I'm going to be echoing a lot of the things that have already been said, but you know, as human beings, there's one thing we have in common, many things we have in common, but we're all going to be aging, we're all going to be seniors. So recognizing that and making a senior center a priority is not only doing the seniors currently a favor, but you're doing yourselves a favor because you will be wanting to take advantage of something like that at some time in your life. And I hope that you will seriously consider looking at every avenue for having an opportunity like this. Thank you.
Francis, thank you. Thanks for coming to the task force as well. Please come forward and give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Gloria Heinrichs, and I am a native of Fresno. I live in the northeast corner near the college at Willow and Beheimer, zip 93720. I want to share a story with you because I couldn't believe this would happen, but I think it does set a tone for what seniors learn at the senior center that I attend at Manchester. A few years back, many of us got on a cruise ship and had a wonderful time cruising down to Baja. Any chance we had to dance, we danced. We rocked the ship. We closed every lounge. We even found some of our 60-somethings in the 20-somethings bar. One of our last evenings, we were passing through the ship, and some 20-somethings were dancing in their lounge to their favorite move. They stopped in the middle of a song. They saw us. They said, "Wait, stop. We want you to dance with us." Well, we were a bunch of 60, 70-somethings. We couldn't believe that this was happening. But we did dance their style. Then the entertainer changed it up to a jitterbug, and we danced with the 20-something-year-olds. I just want to say I could never think of anything that would bring two groups together other than that dancing and the music. And 8 years ago, my work ended unexpectedly after 38 years. I am a native to Fresno and worked all my life in this area. The same year, unexpectedly, I became a widow, and I was 57 years old. So with the new math, I guess that makes me about 37 at that time. Through the Manchester class, I have learned so much. I have built confidence that I can even stand up here today to tell you the story. But please give this serious consideration. We aren't in the convalescent homes, thank goodness. We are active and productive, and we need a place to enjoy social activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council on this agenda item? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close public comment and return to council. Now council will discuss. We have 3 council members punched up so far on my screen. Councilmember Soria, you're first.
Thank you, Council President. I'll keep my remarks short, but I do want to applaud everyone that was here and everyone that was involved with the task force. Obviously, my council colleague, President Clint Olivier, for leading the charge. We know that it's no secret, and it hasn't been a secret, that we don't have a senior center and that we need to do better by y'all. And so I'm looking forward to doing the hard work of finding and figuring out the space and the funding sources to be able to provide those types of amenities for our seniors that live throughout the city of Fresno. So thank you for doing the work. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being great advocates.
Councilmember Chavez.
Well, I want to thank Council President Olivier for the work you've been doing, the task force for the work you've been doing, and I want to share a quick story. Many of you know that I work for Councilmember, now Supervisor Quintero, and one of the things he always did was he fought for seniors and made sure that you guys had an equitable share and make sure we saved the hot meal programs. I see our Parks Department back there, but I just wanted to say that I absolutely accept your recommendations. I think in our office you'll find somebody that supports our seniors, and I just wanted a couple of points to make for President Olivier as he develops this model. This will be our 4th year, Sean, that we did the senior spring fling over at Mosqueda Center. So every year we have a senior party. I would say it's a party out there. And I think this past year we had over 400 or 500 seniors that come out to the Mosqueda Center and participate in resources, activities, a couple of territorial fights because we got seniors from Pinedale and Calawa and across the city. But I just wanted to offer that list of resources that we have. We have about 45 or so organizations, I think, that would be ready and willing to partner with the city. And, you know, I'm looking forward to the model that President Olivier comes up with our administration on that. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, previous to coming on the council, I served as the Fresno Unified School Board member, and so we had that conversation about the senior, and we actually did some work in Manchester, and that decision to shrink that was not the school districts, but more of the landlord and the reconfiguration that's going on over there. I can tell you that there is a tremendous amount of support from those board members over there to continue to support, but it's going to take some outreach in doing that, and I think it'd be a great idea to invite them or a representative of Fresno Unified to be part of this conversation, because I think it'll be very, very helpful.
We tried.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. Well then I will try with you.
You pull a string for us?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President, and thank each and every one of you for coming out this afternoon. I know you're all busy, and it takes a lot of time and energy to be here, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. Also, it was an honor for me to present that proclamation. It's obviously very meaningful to me and my family, and I'm not that far away from being a senior myself, but I hope that 60-something is the new 40 or whatever those numbers are. So, but I'd like to take the Good Doctor's Challenge. He asked all of us to go to the 6 community centers in the city of Fresno and see what's going on. But I have bad news for you. If you come to District 4, which is the heart of the city, that's Fashion Fair, Fresno State, the airport, there is no senior city. There is no senior center at all in District 4. So you can visit the others, but there's not anything in my district. I've been advocating for that for quite some time. However, I think we can do a twofer. So we can bring a senior center as well as a community center into District 4. I have a perfect location. It's at Vinland Park. It's right off of Maple and Gettysburg, just south of Fresno State. The bus service runs on Maple Avenue. We have a very good relationship with Clovis. I think we could get the bus service from Clovis to come to that location because District 4 is contiguous with Clovis. So it'd be an easy move to get that bus service to that location, and we can share the wealth, if you will, with their 7,000 square foot facility and create one in District 4 for our seniors in Fresno. So I think we've got a real opportunity here to get a twofer, if you will, and it would be the best use of our tax dollars and would serve a great number of people that are well deserving of that. So I'll continue to work with the administration. They're talking because they know every time I get an opportunity to bring this up, I do. And I'm sure we can continue to work together with the administration and make this come to a reality for all of you and all the future seniors in the city of Fresno. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Capriolio. We have Councilmember Bredefeld, and then the city managers are up after that.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm, of course, certainly supportive. I have a unique perspective, having served on the council before, along with Councilman Quintero, now Supervisor Quintero, and his efforts at creating a senior center when I was on the council, and that's really, along with Councilman Henry Perea at the time, too, to open up the facility at Manchester. Never quite evolved into an effective senior citizen center, but hopefully years now we will get that accomplished. I know the city manager's office is working to make this happen. I want to commend you, Council President Olivier, and all the folks that put their time into this. I know it's a very, very important thing. It is a shame that Fresno does not have one. Clovis has had one for many years. Obviously a smaller community than us, and yet they have that facility. So we've been deficient in that area, and I suspect we will get that accomplished and get a really beautiful senior citizen center in Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Councilmember Baines.
Thanks, Glenn. And I'll be really short, too. I'm fully supportive. Great work. Dottie is one of the mothers in my community, so if she says I need to support something, you know that I'm going to say yes. So thank you all for all the work that you all did on the task force. Council President, good job. And I will join the effort to figure out how to actually bring this to fruition. It's no small task, as you all know, and I know that you all appreciate that. But from what I hear, it sounds like you have certainly a willing council to work on trying to figure it out. So I think that every opportunity that we have to jump at, senior activity centers, we need to take them. So whether it's one center or 50, right? We need as much space as we can and as many locations as we can around the city for our seniors. I definitely heard loud and clear the message about being mindful of transit routes and making sure that we are thoughtful about where we locate our senior centers. Make sure that they are on place where public transportation actually goes. So listen, message received loud and clear. Thank you all for your work, and I look forward to helping out.
Thank you, Councilmember Baines. Councilmember Brandow.
All right, Council President. Well, I appreciate it, all the efforts you've put into this. I appreciate the committee. I appreciate your staff. You guys have all done a great job. I can't wait until there's a project in front of us that we can vote on and approve, hopefully. And so I'm looking forward to we've crossing the finish line with a new senior center. So thank you, and I'll be very supportive.
Thank you, Councilmember Brandow. Member Chavez.
So one last thing, while we were speaking, I shot off a semi-angry text over to Fresno Unified, and we have a commitment for them to come to the next meeting, and they're coming to the table with resources. So.
I did receive legal permission to do this, and we can take a ceremonial honorary vote to accept the report of the findings. So if you would all please cast your votes to accept the vote of or to accept the report of the task force. Nobody better vote no, and it passes unanimously. Yay! All right. And now we'll turn it over to the professional city management on that side of the desk. So you've had a chance to take it all in.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Almost at. Okay, now it works. I also have a conflict of interest because I think I'm hedging on that, as our new parks director would refer to us as the mature adults. And in discussions with the Mayor Brand is very supportive of this. And
he has committed his staff, as you put it, the professional staff, to come up with a business plan for the council to consider. We'll look at some short-term alternatives as well as the long-term alternatives, up to including the leasing or the construction of a 7,000 square foot facility someplace yet to be determined. But although I understand the Councilmember Capriolo would prefer it in District 4. But we plan on getting together. Let me publicly introduce our new Parks Director, Mr. Parvin Nellums. He's joined by Sean Schaefer, who is part of your task force. Parvin has extensive experience in putting together mature adult programming, and he and I have talked about this particular initiative at great length, and so he'll be an added resource that we can rely upon. But our goal is to come back to council within the next 90 days with a business plan for the council to consider, with some options for your consideration that may be looked and viewed as part of the upcoming FY, is that 19 budget. So thank you, council.
Thank you. And with that, that is the conclusion of our agenda item, folks. Thank you all for coming very much. So we're still in the mix. Thank you, City Manager and City Manager Emeritus. Thank you all for coming. Go ahead, City Attorney.
We're going into closed session now. We have anticipated litigation with North Central Fire.
No, I thought you were going to, we're going to hear the 2 o'clock item. I'm sorry, apologize for that confusion.
Okay.
We're going to hear this item that Member Brandow has brought forward at 2, but if you could, do you have to announce, either clerk or attorney, that we're pulling the, okay, the item, the 11:30 item, the joint meeting of the City of Fresno and the Fresno Revitalization Corporation has been removed from the agenda and will be heard on December 7th.
December 7th. Thank you.
It's going to take them a few minutes. Just be patient with them. Yeah.
The time is now 2:56, and we're running 1 hour behind. I'm blaming Vice President Soria because she had the morning session and obviously put us way behind. So let's go ahead and do the 2 o'clock item right now. It's a workshop regarding high-speed rail and workforce development.
Excuse me, Clint.
What?
That one's been removed.
Which one do you want to do?
We're doing,
2:30.
yeah, 4A.
Why don't you go ahead and call it?
Well, okay. I'll tell you what, here's what this item is. And I'm not looking at the agenda right now, but it's an item that we were going to hear a little bit earlier today, but it got postponed. It is a resolution of support for 4C? Thank you, Oliver. So with the passage of SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Maintenance Act, and its impending upcoming implications for our valley and our region in the state of California, I was approached by the Asian Business Institute Resource Center, ABIRC, and had a couple of conversations with them, and I know they've also chatted with the mayor on several occasions. And they're currently applying for a sustainable groundwater planning grant dollars. That's out of Prop 1, which was passed. And they want to do outreach to Hmong and other Southeast Asian small farmers in our community to tell them about the implications of the new groundwater laws and help them to get compliant, be compliant. And it's important, one of the reasons it's important is a lot of our small farmers in our community are completely unaware of what's about to hit them straight on. And there's some concern that they could be put out of business and made non-operational, and this would really affect that community and families in Fresno. And so one of the responses is to apply for a grant where they would be able to take those grant dollars and inform the community and get them ready for the implementation of SGMA. So today, I would like to have this board approve a resolution and a letter to submit with their grant for some of those grant dollars. And it's outside of our control, but certainly we can express support on behalf of the city of Fresno for this great part of our community. So I'm going to make a motion for that resolution.
Second.
And then I would also like former Councilman Blong-Zhang to come up and speak and maybe tell us a little bit about what he identifies as the need here, or he can bring somebody with him. But Blong, why don't you come up and talk to council about this?
There are so many things that I want to say right now as Blong comes to the mic.
You want to sing "Welcome Back," Claude,
oh
or
man!
something like that?
Thank you, Councilmember Randall.
Welcome back, Councilmember.
President Olivier and council colleagues. I was hoping that the vote would be done before I come and speak, actually. But just to add on to what Councilmember Brandon was talking, there is about approximately a little over 1,000 Southeast Asian small farmers. A lot of those are in the county area, but many are residents here. And as you know, the passage was in 2012. And the process has gone in the formation of the legislative body in terms of moving forward, but the outreach component has been sorely behind in terms of reaching out to the community. And so you're looking at a possible huge economic impact to the community. We've been working on this issue for the last year and a half, and I will tell you, probably just about every single farmers that I've talked to have no idea what SGMA is about, no idea what the groundwater that's coming through. They've already been hit with the fertilization fees, all the other state fees that they've had to deal with, and now this one. And as all of you know, water is such a complex issue, let alone if you don't have experts to really go through that and are engaged and are involved and really break that discussion down to where the community understands and how impactful it's going to be. Then they're way behind, and that's what we hope to do with this particular grant and with this lot of support from some of our partners to really hit. I mean, we're already behind the 8 ball in terms of getting the work out, but we think that whatever we can do and work with the community on behalf of our partners in the city would really move the community and really be proactive and understanding the impact of the new water ground regulation for all of our community.
Thank you, Blong.
Any questions? Yeah, can you guys go ahead and vote now? I'll let you guys take care of real business.
All right. I think President Olivier.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's go out to the public. There's 7 council presidents sitting up here. We'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this agenda item?
Recount, we want to recount. on
Please
past
come
presidents.
forward.
There's only 6.
Okay, seeing none, we'll return it to council. There's a motion and a second. We have member Capriolio punched up first and followed by member Baines.
I just wanted to say it's great to see you again, former council member, former council president. You were council president when I joined this fantastic crew up here, and thank you for all that time you did with us as an elected, and more importantly, the time you're doing as a citizen in this community. So people like you make all the difference in the world, and I mean that from my heart. So thanks, Blanc. And I'll probably be voting for it. Absolutely will support, you know that.
Thank you, Councilmember Capriolio. I think you guys have added some great people to the council, and that's a lot of work that you guys have to do. So,
Thank you.
Hey, I'm next really quick, and I'll be quick. And you know, it's rare when a public official, when they get out of office, speaks better. Like
Shorter, at least.
and shorter. I like
Yeah.
Blanc. Like, hey, you just nailed it, man. You know, if he was up here on the dais, he would confuse all of us. But no, in all honesty, man, it's always good to see you. And you know, one thing that I always know about you, Blanc, and I've said this a number of times publicly, is you're a true advocate for people. You're a true advocate for all communities that are underserved. And particularly, I know that you are especially active in the Southeast Asian community. You are a jewel to them. This is a serious issue. Councilmember Brandow, thank you for bringing this to our attention. Of course, I'm happy to support it. I can only imagine the ramifications that are coming down the road for some of those really small business owners that are not quite sophisticated enough to monitor state law and where it's going and all the big things that are coming down. So, you know, candidly, this advocacy work you're doing is important. Thank you for bringing it to us today, and I'm happy to support it.
thank you, sir.
Okay, the screen is clear. Would you like an electronic vote?
No, thank you.
Okay. Council, we have a motion, a second. Is there any opposition to the motion? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President and council members. Appreciate this time.
Always good to see you. All right. Our next item, maybe help me out, Madam Vice President. Because I'm just getting here, I missed the morning session. We finished everything? Oh, you did a good job. We have a 2:30, but we have closed session. How long is the 2:30 going to take? Oh, that's a workshop? We should do closed session first? All right, let's do closed session first. City Attorney.
Yes, in closed session, we have anticipated litigation of North Central Fire.
Okay. unscheduled communication. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the City Council on any item that isn't contained on today's agenda? If so, please come forward. Seeing no one, we'll close unscheduled communication. It'll just be a couple moments while we wait for City Manager's office to prepare their presentation. Make a big song and dance for 2 hours, really? No, I mean, we haven't had a woman city council. We're just all having a very fun time.
Uh-oh, that didn't sound good. My microphone's hot and it picks up for me.
Yeah, we're ready to go. I was just quoting the almost president of the United States. All right, take it away, staff.
All right. Good afternoon, Council. Laura Gloria, Business Manager in the City Manager's Office. What we have today for you is a workshop on the Transformative Climate Communities program that we have been working on for a couple months now, and we'll go ahead and get started. All right. So the Transformative Climate Communities program is established by Assembly Bill AB 2722 and administered by the Strategic Growth Council. The program was created to fund the development of implementation and neighborhood-level transformative climate community plans. And I'll explain what the neighborhood-level piece is in the next slide. Plans that reduce greenhouse gas emissions and provide local economic and environmental and health benefits. SGC has about $140 million, $70 million of which was earmarked for Fresno, $35 million was earmarked for the City of Los Angeles, and a $35 million remaining bucket that will be decided through the grant process. So, as I mentioned earlier, it's neighborhood level because the TCC program takes a place-based approach that commits applicants to identifying, so it takes a place-based approach that instead of allocating different types of funding in different program types, so $1 million here, $1 million there, they took the entire bucket and instead are using different locations and pouring that in all of those investments into one area. And so the area that was decided upon was the area that you see in the map here, and that was due to the guidelines. The guidelines require 5 contiguous miles. They also require that at least 51% of the area overlaps with census tracts within the top 5% of disadvantaged communities, and all of ours, it's 100% in that area. And it's also consistent with local and regional plans that have been adopted within the last 10 years. So for ours, that applies to the Southwest specific plan, as well as the downtown, the Fulton Corridor specific plans, both of which have been adopted within the last 2 years. And so that roughly encompasses Chinatown, downtown, and Southwest Fresno. So once the project area was identified, the mayor authorized a participatory process by bringing together local leaders and residents of downtown Chinatown and Southwest to create the proposal, the $70 million proposal, which in turn created the Fresno Transformative Climate Communities Collaborative. This resulted in a community steering committee of 165 eligible voting members, but throughout the process, we engaged at least 560 residents at each of our total through our meetings, which included a couple of town halls, some community steering committee meetings, 2 project workshops, a project review day, an informational session, and then various meetings organized throughout the different neighborhoods. The meetings focused on, first and foremost, learning about the TCC program and what the guidelines allow, developing projects, and then creating a catalytic and transformative proposal for the grant submission of the $70 million. And then, so final package selection. On the 5th and final Community Steering Committee meeting, the city presented 4 options, and then there was an additional option, a 5th option brought forward from community residents that received overwhelming support with 125 to 1 vote. So the investment of that package will result in the new Fresno City College West Fresno Satellite Campus, new green space, new trails, new sidewalks, bike lanes, affordable housing units, solar and rooftop weatherization, and electric car share systems, among much other things. It totals about $180 million in investments across these 3 communities, with the $70 million from the Transformative Climate Communities Program, and then matching funds as well. So we have a quick video to show you. It's only 2.5 minutes, but it's really the Central Community Foundation and Top Hand Media created it, and it really encompasses the entire process, and it has a couple of our community members who speak on the process as well. So I will cue that up.
The city of Fresno is getting one of the largest investments from the state to help improve the environment. Governor Jerry Brown announced today Fresno will get $70 million in greenhouse gas reduction funding. That's more than what is being set aside for the city of Los Angeles.
I stand here today encouraged by what I have seen in this process.
This puts us on a path to actually begin to build out the things that we've envisioned.
This is the moment of truth for Fresno.
This is how you actually move people into the middle class.
So the premise of giving $70 million to Fresno, I think, has been articulated into how do we start to work together and know each other better and share priorities, share projects, debate them, sort them out, that sort of thing. I think it's really a wonderful process.
People are tired of people just throwing stuff in their neighborhood and going, well, this is what you want. How you gonna tell me what I want if you haven't even asked me? This gives people the chance to go, you know what, this is something I wanted, this is something I voted for, this is something I don't want in my neighborhood.
It's really been an amazing process. I've never seen anything like it before with this much community involvement.
I'm really interested in seeing a transformation happen in our community. You know, this is a tremendous opportunity for West Fresno to see growth.
When every area of this city is made whole, all of Fresno is better off.
I think this is the first time that a lot of people in Chinatown have gotten together and got on the same page.
You know, I'm excited, you know, to see the development, the change in this area. I'm grassrooted. I was born and raised in West Fresno.
I think it's very important. You know, when you look at the history of civic investment in Southwest Fresno, it's been almost 50 years.
It's not just the monies that are coming in, but it's the relationships, it's the thoughts that we all might look a little bit different, but we have one common interest, and that is that we all love our community.
What we've done has never really been done before. It's certainly never been done in Fresno, and I doubt it's been done in California.
It is because of the problems and the dire consequences of growing up here in our community that we were successful in receiving half of the Transformative Climate Community dollars for the entire state of California.
Ultimately, out of a meeting like this, we hope that people start seeing how each part affects the other in a positive way.
I'm glad we're doing it in Fresno, because this is a place that can lead not just the state, but the whole world.
All right, so next steps is we are currently working through the final application process, which we just received word that today we got a 1-week extension, so it's due December 6th. In January of 2018, the Strategic Growth Council will announce the grant award recipients, and shortly thereafter, we'll come back to City Council to accept the grant funds. And then we anticipate the actual implementation will begin in fall of 2018. And I believe the mayor is here and would like to say a couple words before we wrap up.
Give us your name and address for the record, please, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Laura, you did a great job.
Yeah.
Covered all the points I was going to cover, but in the interest of time and seeing that you guys are getting a little tired up there, I'll keep it brief. This has been a really comprehensive, transparent, inclusive process that involved truly at a grassroots level to get so many people together. And I think Laura mentioned this is West Fresno, Southwest Fresno, Chinatown, and downtown will be linked together. And I'm going to just give some kudos to the people that I worked with since January. This has been a major task, starting with Ken Alex from the Strategic Growth Council that makes the decision. He's the governor's top policy advisor, and Randall Winston, the executive director of the Strategic Growth Council. Our own Oliver Baines, who I asked early on to chair this, did a phenomenal job. Give him a hand. Give Oliver a hand. And Assemblyman Joaquin Arambula also did a lot of work on this. And from our staff, from Laura Gloria, HPs did a lot of work. Wilma, I can't get all the people on here, but it was a major accomplishment. And for us, we have to match at least 50%. So we thought at first, $70 million, $35 million. The total right now is $183 million. So there's about $100 million of matching funds in. And the centerpiece is going to be, you'll see later on, will be the Southwest campus for the State Center Community College District that a lot of people worked on, including Oliver, myself, Tim, the Shahadi family, Carol Goldsmith, and the people at the State Center. I think will be transformative. And in the end, $183 million goes a long way. And Laura's already explained the process. I will come back after the state has went through their process, probably in February, and make a presentation for a formal vote on the items. But the hard work will be the implementation. And to do that, we have Oliver Baines again will be leading a team with HBs and 16 or 14 community members to implement this program. And it's a very comprehensive program, and I think in the end, hopefully we'll come back 5 years from now and say, this is a totally different downtown in Southwest Fresno, which has been neglected for so many years, is finally getting the attention. And still the centerpiece will be the high-speed rail station, which within 7 years, hopefully will be going. That'll make a big difference. So thank you guys, and we'll come back in February to make a formal vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Member Capriolio.
Laura, we had that brief meeting in my office, and I was asking about funding for the city along those lines, and I think was the word you used transformative, or was that one of the lines you had to check with a yes or something like that? I remember that word.
It's the Transformative Climate Communities Program. So that's one of the biggest key things in, as the mayor mentioned, what's going to happen in 5 years? What's the measure of success in 5 years, right? It's not just a matter of investing money. It's a matter of how they all work together, which is what the big process with the community was. So let's work together and create a proposal that helps all of the communities, and that really helps also create catalytic impact throughout the entire neighborhood and throughout Fresno.
Well, catalytic, would you just say that was a great phrase?
I forgot. Catalytic investment. So, it's a housing that then begins businesses, and it's pieces that help the investment overall.
I'm just wondering when the transformativeness will spread to District 4 and other communities. So we have 24 million downtown with Tiger Grants Plus. Now we've got 77 million. No offense to my brother, Oliver Baines. I love you, man. But, it's on my chest. I got to get it off, right? And so it's $100 million. So now can we use that same approach in Sacramento, or the grant application, or, District 4? I need a lot of transformative
That's perfect.
help and catalytically and every other way. I just hope we can take the same format that we've done for District 3 and apply that to the rest of the city with the same enthusiasm and vigor that's been done for fantastic District 3. And I think this will stop Brunette Harris and others from coming down here and saying what Oliver Baines this and Oliver Baines that. You deserve so much credit along with all the people mentioned. It's fantastic, and I congratulate you and your team and the work you've all done. So let's spread the wealth, please. Thank you.
Member Chavez and Member Baines. Member Baines.
Thanks, Council President. And Laura, you don't have to stand there. I'm just going to be brief. I should say something since I chaired the steering committee. And I want to echo the mayor's comments of thanks. It was really an amazing team effort. I also want to call in and say thanks to my colleague, Councilmember Soria, who I think attended just about every meeting, even though none of the funds went to her district. Councilmember Brandow attended, I think, maybe two meetings. So I certainly thank both of you for your interest and your support. You know, we tried something that, and I've said this a lot publicly. I don't know if I've said it to the council though. So we did something in this process really that really was never been done before, and I'm not even sure that when it started I wasn't fully supportive of this because I didn't know where it would go with just allowing a couple of hundred community folks to come in and make these types of decisions. But I'll tell you that our community is fantastic. They exceeded my expectations by leaps and bounds, and for me, it was a renewed faith in the community spirit of Fresno. What I saw ultimately at the end of this process was, and most of you, Councilmember Soria was there when it started. I don't know if you were, Steve, but you know, when this started, you literally had factions of people in different communities, Southwest, Chinatown, downtown, and everybody was really angling to cut others out, other communities out. You know, really was, you know, not the best at first. However, somewhere through that process, and I really think it was because of community leaders, certainly not me. In that process, the community decided that they were going to work together in each other's interests. And I want to call out a specific community leader, and you guys have heard me do this before, but it bears repeating because, you know, I'm looking at Mrs. Mary Curry sitting back there, who I really believe in my heart, without her leadership, the entire community might not have come together. And so I thank you, Mrs. Curry, for that, for being a steadfast leader, and really calling other parts of our community together for the overall good, because that's what happened. That's really what happened. It was absolutely extraordinary, and it could not have happened without community leaders, you know, regular everyday citizens coming together, and I think Mrs. Curry embodied that. So yeah, I was deeply moved by the process to see where it started and where it ended. I think it's a fantastic opportunity, and just in you know, city staff was unbelievable. Candidly, I don't know how, Laura, I don't know, and H and the team, I don't know how you guys did that, but there's a lot that went in behind the scenes that no one will ever see and no one will ever quite appreciate, but I certainly do, because I saw the number of hours those folks put in to get the package ready was unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So I thank you all for your effort too, because it's never been done before. You guys did something that was never been done before. Everyone was doing something that's never been done before, so everybody worked on overtime. So there's of course a lot of things to go around, but it was an honor to serve as the chair of the steering committee. You know, I really tried to stay out of the way as much as I could. And listen, it took a number of people to make this work, and I don't want to forget, you know, former Mayor Ashley Swearingen, who in many ways, you know, her efforts on this far exceeded what she probably will ever get credit for too. No way Fresno gets half of that investment without, you know, Mayor Swearingen making dozens of trips to Sacramento. You know, so she deserves a lot of thanks as well. And finally, to my friend Paul Capriolio, my brother from another mother. You know, I appreciate what you said about me and the effort of my district. It's a lot of work, Cap. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and I am happy to work with any council member to get for your district. I've always extended that offer to you. I have some ideas for you, but I tell you, brother, it's a lot of work, and I appreciate the support of the administration that I've had these years, but it's a lot of work. So I'll just end with that. Thank you, guys.
Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, well, Councilman Capriolo, you're getting that right. It's a lot of work. Okay, you need to be prepared. Maybe that's the problem in District 4, okay?
Steve, do you really want to go there, my brother?
Is that really it for the presentation today, or were there more parts to it, or?
Steve didn't get enough. He
Well,
wants more.
I do, well then,
Sure.
here's what I need from here then. And what is the process from here? I mean, there's this list of 100 different projects within the overall TCC project. And do we, at this council, approve that list? Does it first go to Sacramento to be vetted, to come back to us? What's the process from here when this thing will finally be voted on for approval?
Sure. So the application will go to the state first on December 6th, and then they will announce the grant awards in January, early January. At that point, the grant will come back to the city council for approval, but that point in time, it will be vetted through SGC and the approved grant from them. And then from then on, we'll work with SGC through the contract negotiation phase, and then hopefully start to implement and actually actualize the projects at the end of 2018.
Okay, and then, so my question is, might they remove items from that list, or would they? So here's what I've heard, and Oliver, I wasn't at all the meetings, but after it was concluded, I heard that some of these projects might not be in line with the parameters for final approval. And I would like to know, is it up to council to make that determination, or is it up to our colleagues in Sacramento?
It's up to the state, and it depends on project eligibility, and those are anything from, full nonprofit status, financial capacity. We're actually in the process of going through that due diligence right now, hand in hand with the state, though. So ideally, when we submit our application, we'll know exactly what's going through, because they'll be working with us to say, this is eligible, this is not, how can we restructure to make this work? So it is our hope and intent that nothing will fall out. It might be restructured a little bit just to make it work, but our hope again is that everything that's in the package now will stay in the package and have sort of a pre-approval from the state, since we're working so closely with them. And so that package that goes on December 6th will be the final package.
Okay, so remind me of the timeline again. So Sacramento's going to review it through December 6th, and then they're going to make their final choice and recommendation for projects to be approved. Then that will come back to council early next year or this year?
So when we submit the application on December 6th, and so we're working with the state through December 6th, we'll submit a final application then. The state will then do their process to go through the application process. They have a couple of site visits that they'll come to the different project sites and continue to do some due diligence, and then announce in early January what the final package is. We will bring that package that's been approved by the state to the city council in order to accept the funds.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Okay, the screen is clear. If there are no further comments, then that concludes that agenda item. And the meeting as well. Thank you, Vice President Soria, for filling in this morning. And thank you, council and staff, for a great day. Thank you all.